right on time. And all the panelists are there because our Shelanski is online, so, but I will let Becky manage our panel. So Becky, the floor is yours for 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Excellent, thanks, Eric. And so as a way of introduction, my name's Becky King. I lead the Better Regulation and Innovation work at the OECD's Regulatory Policy Division. So I hope you are all fueled up for a big afternoon of discussions. We have 3 sessions, starting first with this session on converging technologies to understand kind of what is this emerging and evolving reality of different technologies that are coming together. And I think this year has been a big year for converging technologies, not only in kind of the evolution of technologies that we have seen and AI kind of perforating through many different technology spaces, but also evidenced by the fact that the Nobel Prize in Physics was in fact won by 2 computer scientists. So I think a real testament to how our sciences are coming closer together. And so with converging technologies, we are seeing a lot of different technologies merge with each other, but not only that, also with our physical, our social, and even our biological selves, with, for example, wearables or digestible biosensors combined with AI, combined with genomics, which hold this potential to revolutionize the healthcare that we might have, but also raise challenges in terms of privacy, safety, and what are kind of the ethical boundaries of genomics. Or, for example, in energy, we have a combination of renewable energy, IoT technologies, smart grids that are coming together, which can help us kind of address the challenges of sustainability and climate change, but also may raise cybersecurity challenges or challenges in terms of national security. So there's a lot of different and complex challenges that we see emerging from the fact that our technologies are becoming closer together. And so that's what our panel here today are here to present. We have 3 of our panelists in the room, and unfortunately Howard needed to join us online. And we'll delve into what is the implications of converging technologies in terms of responsible innovation, as well as what are some of the emerging governance approaches that our experts here today will provide some insights to. And so as they go through again, make sure you think of some of the questions that you would like to ask the panelists once they have presented. So without further ado, I will introduce our first speaker, Anike, who is the Chief Strategy Officer of Lucideon Group, who are a material design, development and commercialization consultancy. And she is also the Aegis Professor of Engineering Biology at the University of Bristol.
Thank you very much, and many thanks for inviting me to be here today. I am delighted. As Becky has mentioned, I am the Chief Strategy Officer of Lucideon, and to provide a bit of background here, we are a material science company and have focused on inorganic materials. Traditionally, we've been around for a very long time, close to 100 years. And we focus on the areas such as aerospace, energy, construction, ceramics, advanced ceramics, healthcare, where we also look at small molecules and medical devices. And we will traditionally focus on consulting, solving materials challenges, testing, and also commercialization opportunities. And we have now turned our attention to synthetic and engineering biology because there we are also starting to develop new materials. And we hope that we will be able to assist this field with the material science knowledge that we already have. So when we talk about these converging technologies, and we've heard a lot about it today already, we have our potential solutions and of course also our potential risks. But I think it's important for us to think about the hope that these solutions present. I used to be a dentist, and anybody who has treated patients really would like to see even more and improved potential vaccines, therapeutics, oncology treatments. We're hoping to use these technologies for sustainable development, potentially for mitigating climate change through different energy solutions. But of course, we have these risks that we've also mentioned today, and these are going to be different risks. Although we have risks in all industries or all innovations, these are converging technologies, so we will be faced with new types of risks. We would have obviously regulatory failures that we could have laboratory accidents, but of course the big one here for consideration as well is our biosafety and biosecurity. So I would like to propose 4 topics for consideration today. The first is that we need to think broader. We cannot do what we have always done, or we would end up at the same place, and this is simply not possible with converging technologies. We have to think that when we are innovating, for example, in healthcare, we might be simultaneously innovating for food, or we might be innovating for construction and simultaneously innovating for aerospace or energy. So of course we have seen in the past technology transfers between different industries, but we are expecting much more of this with these new kinds of technologies where we are really a multi-sectoral innovation at the same time. We've spoken a lot about regulation today. I'm not a regulation expert, but what I would like to suggest is that we think a lot about the regulations as being enabling and not restrictive. The reason being that if we have restrictive regulation, innovation is here whether we will it or not. So it's going to happen whether we want it or not. We cannot stop curious minds. What will happen is that innovators will regulate in regions where there are fewer or no regulations. And then we again stepping into that realm of risk. So we need to think that regulations are actually going to enable us if we do them in a nice way or the correct way. And we have seen, of course, Izzy has mentioned the UK Regulatory Innovation Office, and I'm not certain about their mechanics, you can speak to them about that, but what I would like to suggest as somebody who's saying think broader, traditionally, our regulators have regulated in their specific industry. So the construction regulator regulates construction, we have medical device regulating medical device, pharma regulating pharma. Now we're starting to talk about these materials or technologies that are going to have different kinds of applications. So if, for example, we are now building a new construction material out of mycelium that we would like to use, so a new biomaterial, should we not potentially think about having task forces that sit together, somebody from the construction industry who's regulating that, with somebody from the biopharma side or the bio side, with somebody from the AI and digital space, so that we can create these kind of enabling regulations? And of course, when we're thinking about enabling regulations, we need to think about enabling the entire ecosystem. So we need to enable both all the corporates, the startups, the SMEs, because all of them are bringing something to these innovations. The third topic for me is to think potentially about a common language. So today, we might have the synthetic biologist speaking to the material scientist and speaking to the AI specialist, and they have found a way to communicate. But don't forget that they are innovating for energy, aerospace, construction, healthcare, and none of these industries have traditionally actually been speaking to each other. Each has got their own language. So when we're starting to think about these new innovations and these new technologies with regards to the biological side, having a common language, or at least in some instances using a common language, could assist us not only to innovate better and to speed up collaborations, but also assist us with our regulatory frameworks and even potentially identifying these risks if we are speaking a common language. And the fourth one for consideration, I believe, is to think about simulating our outcomes much more. So we already simulate for the flu vaccine. Can we simulate, for example, so we can use fewer animals in animal testing in the beginning and only at later stages or critical stages? Could we simulate so that we can use our scarce resources in a different way? And for example, could we simulate when we're talking about a new biomaterial out of mycelium and how that might function in a building in 5, 10, or 15 years? And of course, none of these are solutions on their own, and simulations have got their own risks. So they shouldn't be used in isolation. They should be used with a combination of different solutions and outcomes. But what I really wanted to present to you today is that we need to think broader, because we are actually innovating simultaneously for multiple sectors at the same time now. And I'd like to thank you for the attention, and I look forward to discussing this further with you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anike, and I think a very good scene setter for the types of considerations that we need to take account of. And I particularly liked kind of the reminder that we are in this global environment, and the different kind of regulatory systems are also driving the private sector's choice on where and what they can do. So the need of international cooperation and other elements that were spoken about earlier are very critical there. So I'll pass to Howard, who is Pawel, who is our second speaker. He is a senior fellow for neurotechnology at the International Center for Future Generations.
Thank you very much, Becky, for the invitation to this very timely discussion. And I think technology convergence looms large in neurotechnology, which is what I work on together with my colleague Virginia, who is our director for neurotech at ICFG. And what I would like to do is to tell you a little bit more about that, namely the convergence neurotech AI, because this is probably one of the most impactful areas as it concerns the self. And then I would like to go through the OECD framework through the convergence eye, so through the convergence prism. So let me do that as quickly as I can. I think we are getting to convergence from interdisciplinarity, and there is in fact a continuum between interdisciplinarity and technology convergence. Interdisciplinarity is about integrating knowledge, so methods, perspectives, so as to generate new understanding, and the focus is very much on people. In technology convergence, the aim is to blend or integrate different technologies with the objective of creating new functionalities, new applications, new products. So this is what the focus is all about. But very often there isn't a sharp distinction, right? One tends to merge into the other as we go along. And technology convergence is not entirely new. Already Schumpeter was speaking about innovation and technological change through the prism of combination and recombination, where different new and existing technologies would come together. What is different is, of course, the scale of this exercise, which is now becoming pretty much dominant. And I think the way I would see this is that we need to make the assumption that convergence is our base scenario, because it is now creeping into most, if not all, of the technology areas. And it is here to stay. So we have multimodal solutions in brain health, for example, integrating, again, neurotech with AI. These products are then linked to real data bases, data sets. So this convergence, once it starts, it is unlikely to stop. Now, in neurotechnology, we have a number of technological challenges which convergence addresses, and I would like to just mention a few of those to bring a broader understanding of what is really happening. So we need improvements in wireless data and power transfer to enable neurotechnology devices to do the work, namely to be as precise as we want them to be in order to be high resolution. So that's one technological development. We need them to be appropriately packaged in the body so that an implant into someone's spinal cord or brain can stay there and in fact can be ensured, the longevity of the device can be ensured. We also need development with respect to microelectrodes because the very essence of a neurotechnology device is to stimulate the neural tissue. So the more microelectrodes you can insert, the more precise the stimulation becomes. So this is yet another technological development. We need to develop new approaches also, such as photobiomodulation, because neurotechnology, big part of it in medical application, tends to be invasive. And we want, in order to ensure access, we need to make neurotechnology less invasive. And photobiomodulation is an example of a non-invasive technique. And last but not least, we have closed-loop technologies, which integrate brain recordings and computational methodologies with AI. So that's on the technology front. And now a couple of words about the outcome. So this result, so the spinal cord implant is phenomenal, but maybe less sensitive from the point of view of governance. Because what it does is it decodes motor intentions in the brain and it translates them into an action, that is the action of moving one's legs. So a paralyzed person suffering from chronic tetraplegia has been able to walk in 24 hours due to this highly innovative device, the spinal cord implant. Now, this is, as I said, less sensitive because it's really about the motor functions. We have a category in between, which is growing very fast, and these are consumer neurotechnology devices, which also are multimodal, which can perform eye tracking, which can also do motor intention reading. And the intention of the developers of these devices is not always very clear. So that's the category in between. And the category where very close attention is needed is where you will really come to the area of decoding of thoughts. And this is what brain-computer interfaces enable. And again, there are consumer BCIs and there are medical BCIs. Here the example is in the medical area, but attention is needed because the needs for safety, authenticity, mental privacy are very strongly magnified by the fact that there is convergence with AI. So in this very case, someone who is treated with a BCI of course, might gain a massive advantage because a person like this may not be able to communicate with the outside world, suffering from a locked-in syndrome or ALS, but also the internal monologues get decoded that these people may not want to share with the outside world. So that's where it becomes really sensitive. Now, I've looked at the OECD framework through the convergence eye, and I've found a few references to convergence, even though I feel that in the next reiteration, convergence will really be all over the framework. So as the document rightly says, convergence results in blurring of categories in prior frameworks, making it more complex and harder to govern emerging technologies. So this is the sentence. And then there are six areas, six dimensions for assessing governance needs. And I think they also need to be looked at through the prism of what convergence means to all six of those. So in one area, pace of technology emergence, third from the bottom, I think we will have a similar dynamics, whether it's single technologies or converging technologies. But for all the other ones, we are in a different world. I think we would face a higher degree of uncertainty. That's one of the dimensions. We would foresee greater importance of analyzing risk. That's the second dimension. There may well be greater public concern. That means greater level of strategic importance and also governance gaps. When we look at the guiding values, also with respect to the foundational values, such as respect for human rights, safety, security, privacy, I think what we can expect is that convergence will mean that the scope of those will change. The meaning of privacy, for example, is changing through the convergence of technology. And also the technology-specific values will be different. They will be rendered significantly more complex by technology convergence. And again, the area where we work most, so neurotechnology and AI, this is where you can see this situation being exemplified very strongly, because we are dealing with brain data, which is a special category of personal data, given its sensitive and intimate nature. We can also conclude that unique brainwave signatures can actually enable authentication. So EEG devices can enable authentication and the practice of profiling. But also what is super important is that AI tools and neurotechnology, the convergence of those two, leads to inferences from brain data being possible. So it's not just the pure data sets that we have at stake, but we have inferences which take us into a completely different territory, because we can discern people's observed or intended behavior. And then we have the virtual data, which is yet another category of data that is very much created by as an outcome of the convergence. So it's data which predictive models create on the basis of real world data. And they can be useful in various areas of medicine. For example, in preparing patients for epilepsy treatments, because computational modeling can lead to predictive models and identify areas to be intervened upon. But again, this data today is not under protection. So this convergence has an impact also on deliberative processes that the OECD framework envisages. And I think what it really means is that we need to have a dedicated process and dedicated emphasis on technology convergence through the observatories approach, for example. And stakeholders need to be specifically informed about the implications of convergence. Now, looking very quickly at some other areas, I would think that in most of the other dimensions of the OECD framework, convergence also has a very significant impact. So horizon scanning should encompass the likelihood of technology convergence. I think we would need to move very quickly from horizon scanning into deep dives and extended appraisals. Because this is what this phenomenon requires. And also stakeholder engagement will look very different with all the tools such as capacity building, communication and consultation, cooperation, needing to explicitly focus on technology convergence. Regulation, I think we will discuss after the initial round, so I will not mention much about this, and similarly international cooperation. But I will finish with the thought that we genuinely need very dynamic capabilities for governing technologies which are converging, because the changes that we can expect are beyond what has ever come to date. And we would also need some dedicated spaces, be they entities, institutions, to assess technology convergence. And similarly, stakeholder engagement will also needs to be much stronger because of what is coming. So in conclusion, I think convergence will change very substantially, at least the practice, if not the substance of our governance approaches. And I foresee that in the next edition of the OECD framework, we will hear much more about it.
Great, thanks, Pawel, and thanks for putting our framework to the test, I guess, in terms of what it might mean for converging technologies. I think the highlighting of maybe the grey areas of there's a different range of risks and challenges that some technologies that are converging may bring over others is quite interesting, as well as the point that you raised with regards to the values that are actually in the framework, and how I think it highlights how technology and values are intrinsically linked. And if our values, or the way, for example, we see privacy changes, how then do our regulatory frameworks need to adapt to that to account for these changing values?
Thank you, Becky, and hi, okay, sorry. Okay, I'm here to help. So nice to meet you all. I'm very honored to be here. It's the second time that I participated in the OECD activities. The first time is GF Tech in September. So today I will be sharing a case in Taiwan to showcase how government and the industry and also the experts with other stakeholders, how we co-create this convergence of immersive technology with AI. And so this could maybe be a really good case to blend all the regulations in the morning and also think broader and also the convergence regulations. So first, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Tammy Lin, graduated from Michigan State University in 2011, so I'm old now. And I'm a distinguished professor in Taiwan National ChengChi University. I studied communication technology, including immersive technology, social media, and digital games. I'm a gamer myself, so I study the communication technology and their effects on humans' well-being. I collaborated with Meta, Apple, to innovate all this immersive technology. So as a social scientist, I innovate and create things. And also to help developing the VR, AR convergence with AI policy, and also work with TikTok for the Asian Advisory Council, so how we implement AI things into the social media. So that's what I do right now. Cool, so I don't have the clicker. Thank you. Yep. And today I'm going to talk about the challenges. As you know, that in Taiwan we have all the AI chips produced, and we basically can create most of the technology on ourselves. But we face a lot of challenges regarding the governance and regulations. For example, the changes are so rapid, like you mentioned in the morning, it's very quick. And as you can see, immersive technology itself is a convergence technology itself. For example, the headset, the VR or AR glasses, it come with controllers, or it will be an EMG wristband in the future. And there's neural things coupling with all the VR, AR headset or glasses. And right now in my bag, I have a Meta Ray-Ban AI glasses right now. So these are converging together and very rapidly changing. So as a scientist myself, and also in Taiwan, the government, we deal with all the convergence technology, you know, every day, and it's growing and it's changing every day very quickly. And so early regulations, usually we don't do that because it's meaningless. We love to see how we grow and how it can become. So we adopt the co-creation approach to put our core value guidelines in order to help and not snuffing out the innovation, while at the same time we co-create the things to make sure it's under the umbrella of the core value guidelines. And the second challenge is the lack of standards in the beginning. So for example, HTC is one of the VR commercialized company in the worldwide. So I myself received the first VR headset, like the commercialized one in Taiwan because I'm a professor. But we don't have standards, so we started to compete with Meta and other companies globally, and every company is trying to develop their own content and their own innovations without a standardized platform. So everyone is trying their ways, and it kind of like wastes a lot of energy and efforts in the beginning. So at the fourth year, you can see all the small companies started to form this alliance together. They wanted to act as a private sector to encourage the government to form this, at least in Taiwan, the platform to help aggregate all the, collective efforts to really make VR, AR, or immersive technology as an industry, a discipline for business model. The third one is we lack these rapidly changing new technologies lacking testing beds or testing fields. For example, we know immersive technology is really great interface, human technology interface for education and training and in medical fields, but how does a company itself to test itself in the educational system? So if we do not have the testing beds, it's really hard for the private companies to deal with this. So in Taiwan, we built this core value system and the core value governance. So we kind of converge all the things and we create this testing beds through innovation procurement. And it's not really procurement. It's more like a co-creation of an environment for everyone to try out all the different things. So it's a systematic sandbox and also a procurement for the industry and different stakeholders to get together. So I call it co-participation and inclusive innovation. So why don't we just engage all the stakeholders in the beginning when we are innovate things and then to deal with this. So and so we co-create these testing beds and to include different stakeholders. And we feel digital trust as our core value in addition to all the other pillars and values that we talked about in the morning. So digital trust actually emerged as a very important topic in the morning as well. And so we think to build this digital trust between all the society and different stakeholders, we need to do this in the co-participation way. So here, this is the case that I want to show you today. Here we, so our government, we started this to integrate the VR, AR systematic program into our K-12 system. So let me see, okay. So for the industry leaders, for example, like HTC or Meta, so it's a free platform for them, they co-develop the standard and platform with the government and also with the education experts. And so they develop the platform with the professors and the government, they kind of using the system to let the industry to join so that they can test their program in the K-12 system. And the education, the experts and the professors, they lead the content development. And so we implement this in the K-12 system. So what we do, I'm going to show you later. And then the public and the NGOs will come at a later age to stage to assess the whole effects. So here, the government would have a program for the whole K-12 system, as you can see from the left column. And you can see the government spent 20 billion to this procurement. And so first, we provide 5G networks to the schools, and this is not mandatory, these are voluntary. So all the schools, they can voluntarily apply for the grants. So first, they have the 5G network, and then The second one is hardware. So they provide all these grants to the schools. They can purchase hardware like the VR headsets or the AR, iPads or anything from different companies. So HTC, Meta, or anything. And then the HTC and the professors, they come together to develop the content. So they integrate and transform all the topic systematically from biology, from history, from art. So we create all the teaching materials, and then we started this platform called Education Market. So you have all the VR, AR content inside this market. So you can see it's a systematic, convergence and testing bets. And then you can see all these three have to engage together in order to develop things. And then the government can make sure it's under the core value. And the education professors and experts, we actually provide the assessments because it's scientific. So they design the content and then they assess the effects, using the experiments and teaching methods. So it's a very complete cycle, and the public, like their parents and the kids, they talk about how they feel about using, VR in their art classes, and the industry are able to, try out all this innovation and accelerate the innovation. So here are the results from the 2 phases of this project for $20 billion in Taiwan. So 4 years have passed, 222 schools have participated, and lots of teachers participated from grade 1 to grade 12, and students, from different centers. And we also care about digital gap. So if your school is very small and in a really distant area, we encourage them to use the 5G network to connect to larger schools for distant learning. So they use VR to, participate in the online classes together. So these are the metrics that you can see. All the content are created and all things, and teachers and training and everything is all here. So these are different cases that you can see that we're really trying to see how this can grow. And I see this is a very particular and unique case to share to you. So this is one of the cases that I think is very unique regarding the convergence. So right now, they are implementing AI into all the VR content for global participation. For example, they directly use AI to translate all the languages and all the content in our VR courses and VR content. So other like Japanese students and teachers can join us, and then they can directly communicate when they're inside the VR platforms. So the next phase, we're going to build a global platform for all the international incorporation and collaboration. The second thing I want to share is the sandbox style. So in Taiwan, to deal with all the rapid things, we do 2 types of sandbox. The first one is government regulatory level. For government, annually, they do this sandbox competition. So they will have scenarios assigned to the departments. They have to, it's like a test. They have to respond to say, hey, different scenarios, how we can respond. And the second one is for more like a public and also the innovation phase. For example, we can have the exemptions and special projects from the government, and then we can test like the drones or like the unmanned vehicles on the ground to test its innovation with a special project and regulation exemption. So these are the 2 types of sandbox. And last time in GF Tech, some scholars from Netherlands also talked about we utilize the POLIS system. It's an AI system for democratic discussion in the public. So these are the sandbox technique that we are trying to see its effects and how we can regulate along the way. So these are some of the concluding parts. So we think our core values is to foresight with the civic participation, with participatory governance, and also it's very important to include every stakeholder in the beginning in the innovation process. That way we know how to be agile. Because how agile is agile, right? So I think that's the point, that the argument that I would like to present to deal and face all the challenges. So that's my presentation, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Tammy, and a really practical example for all of us of just how this is coming together in a national context, and a pretty inspiring example of public-private collaboration there that I think many countries would aim for. And I see, yeah, you've got the glasses next to you, the new Meta ones, so might have some people asking around how they suit. Maybe whilst we're waiting to see if we can get a phone solution, Howard, we'll keep you there on video, but maybe I'll just ask our panelists first if they have any reaction to the first three presentations that you've heard, or any similarities that you want to draw out in terms of what the others have been saying.
Well, Pawel, I had a question. You said that we should be looking at the intention of the devices. I was wondering if you have any suggestions as to how one would govern the intention of the devices.
Yeah, it's a great question, which I think gets to the heart of what is really not covered at the moment by the governance frameworks. And this is the gray zone between medical and consumer devices, right? Because they are literally governed by completely different frameworks. Consumer protection has its own, and medical device has its own. But what we see very often is that what starts as a consumer device becomes a medical device, and the line is very tenuous. And vice versa, there is medical research, so people get a lot of funding for doing medical research. And yes, there is a medical outcome, but the knowledge is also used in the consumer space. And I think this is really where our attention needs to be focused. I mean, my immediate answer would be that both regulatory regimes need to envisage those gray zones, meaning on the medical device side and on the consumer side, the assumption has to be made that there will be those attempts to venture into the other field. So rather than create a separate framework for the area in between, which I think would be challenging in itself and probably unnecessary, we need to envisage on both sides of the equation that these situations may arise. And there should be a mechanism by means of which, if the doubts are substantial, and if the case is sufficiently strong that a product is a medical device in this very example, then it should be covered under the medical device regulation. So I think this is where our attention should be focused above all.
I have questions for you too. I love that think broader, and also convergence is the basic scenario, right? But right now, not very many people are aware of that. How do we do better communication to push it forward? Because we all know that it's a convergence right now, but we always spend lots of efforts to talk to IRB. I'm a chair of IRB as well. So yeah, how does communication play a role, to really let everybody know, the stakeholders to know about this? I think it's also key to build the trust. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I'll just start. I think our biggest challenge is we need to keep the public in mind in all instances, because if they do not support what we are doing, then neither will the politicians, and then eventually there's no funding for startups and for new research. So we need to focus on how we can communicate to them. And traditionally, we communicate in a very different way from the scientific community. And I would suggest that we find ways to communicate with them. Izzy's given some examples, but I think we could also use people who really know how to communicate to the public. So those who are potentially more on the journalism or the PR side, who would also support communication in the way that we can talk in a language that they would also like to understand and be interested in.
We have some sound from online, but maybe we'll keep going until we get a confirmation. Do we have a question over here? Did you want to
just maybe add to this excellent question that that this, in my view, has to be pre-programmed, meaning you have to deliberately put convergence into the discussion, right? Which is very often not done. Sometimes it's not done because people don't want to make the governance discussion more complex than it already is. But I think we need to demystify convergence. It's the reality of where technology is going. It is already central, and it will be completely central. So I think we should plan how to put convergence into all of our governance discussions, and hence what I spelled out earlier, namely that also the OECD framework, I think, should venture into convergence, because this is the only way of actually addressing those issues which result from it. I think the bulk, the great majority of things will not be very sensitive or controversial, but there are a few points that will need to be addressed, and definitely from the public's perspective, for transparency reasons, for accountability reasons, one has to make a big effort in making sure that everyone is aware of the convergence taking place.
Yeah, and a nice connection there in terms of demystifying converging technologies. Same with the comments made around AI. There's this, maybe a lack of knowledge and also a narrative around these technologies that we can have a role in shaping and building trust within the technologies. All right, we're having one final go with the connection to get some comments from Howard. Let's see if we don't deafen ourselves.
Can you try?
Yeah, am I coming through at all now? Okay, I'm seeing thumbs up from Becky. The disadvantage I have is that I now hear less clearly, and I can't put my better audio on because it will create feedback for you. Look, I'll be very brief here. I have found this discussion to be really fascinating, and I think that there are different kinds of regulation that we need to think how to align and to harmonize. The discussions so far have really hinged on questions of governance of the technologies that are particularly at issue, whether we're talking about AI technologies or material sciences or neurotechnology. But there's a different question that I've been dealing with, and I think that a lot of economists think about in the world of digital technologies, which is how we enable innovation by emerging firms and emerging technologies in marketplaces that are not hospitable to that kind of entry. So Anike mentioned that, innovators will innovate, and that's true, and they will go to where they will innovate. But innovators are probably more likely to innovate if they have a commercial path to earning the returns on those innovations. And that raises a number of issues. Large incumbents that exist, for example, in certain aspects of the digital marketplace do not have an interest in having new firms produce new technologies that might disrupt and challenge their marketplace, their returns, and their dominance. On the other hand, new technologies that are entering will seek any path they can find to giving consumers the kinds of products that they would want, to give governments and businesses the kinds of products they want, products that may not always be safe or in the best interest of society. So when we think about convergence, one thing to think about is the kind of convergence, for example, that Anike and Pawel were talking about. How do we create a regulatory system of governance that doesn't favor, for example, one line of innovation or one set of industries over another, and that is sufficiently aligned and converged in approach that is good for a variety of different systems and products. But another question comes with how do we enable competition and emergence of new technologies in concentrated markets and align that with safety considerations. So let me just give you an example of where these kinds of things where these different regulatory objectives have collided in the past. We would like to have large visual platforms at some level share certain of their facilities, some of their training data, other things that they might have with new and emerging technologies that might come in and be able to disrupt their dominance. So one temptation might be to put regulation in place that requires interoperability, sharing, and interconnection of certain kinds of capabilities and particularly data. But of course, that leads to concerns about privacy and data security. On one hand, we want safety and governance regulation around privacy and data security, but to what extent are we willing to trade off those kinds of safety protections with, for example, the ability to enter and to gain traction and access in the marketplace for new technologies? This is something that we're seeing in real time right now as new artificial intelligence or generative AI-enabled technologies are coming increasingly into digital marketplaces that, at least to date, have operated on more conventional kinds of algorithms. Digital search, e-commerce, social media, and interconnection of users. As these become increasingly AI powered, we're seeing new players come into the marketplace to provide these applications and these technologies. There's an important question of the extent to which these new players can break in when the training data they need, the user base they need, goes through this gatekeeper of a large incumbent digital platform. And this is one of the issues that's coming to a head right now, for example, in the trial, the antitrust trial in the United States involving Google, and the current considerations that the court is going through about what remedies it should put in place for Google's search monopoly. But we're seeing this in a variety of other areas as well. So I just want to make a couple of points about what kinds of regulation are likely to be most effective in generating new competitors and new competition, and therefore incentivizing more innovation and getting that innovation into the marketplace. And I want to just state up front, I very well recognize that there's a whole separate set of regulatory considerations involving the governance and the safety of these technologies. We might well not want lots more AI-generated technologies until we fully understand their social implications and how they will be used. Just in the way that the kinds of neurotechnologies that Pawel describes have great promise. There's no question about the promise that they bring to society, the ability to take somebody who's tetraplegic and allow them to walk. But to the extent that some of these same technologies could start to become quite invasive in terms of thought decoding, raises great social concern. So I think with all of these technologies, we're talking as we, going back to the days of the telegraph, things that provide great promise and benefits, but also great risks and social concerns. We're going to have regulation that enables the emergence and competition of new technology to converge and exist side by side with social considerations about the safety and governance of these technologies. Very quickly on the competition side, let's start with the assumption that we want to enable this innovation and to get in new innovations into the marketplace. How do we take digital technologies like AI and its many, many applications and allow the new emerging startups to break into markets where there's a lot of incumbent dominance? There is a history that we can draw on to talk about what kinds of regulations are likely to be more or less successful. One of the things that's often been considered around the world is structural separation. Break up the large companies that, for example, gain a lot of advertising data about users, but then also have a large search engine on which they can display ads and gain that data from users. What if we break up the advertising from the search? That's one possibility, breaking up these companies. Another one is to say that if you're an e-commerce platform, yes, you can engage in logistics and display and create a digital marketplace for your for online merchants, but you yourself cannot become a digital merchant because that gives you incentive to discriminate against the small businesses that use your website and also to dominate and control customer data. You could have a line of business restrictions. I won't go into detail. I have a paper that is forthcoming that talks about the history of both divestitures and line of business restrictions and shows why those can impose very high regulatory burdens without actually creating a lot of benefit for consumers or for innovators, and may in fact slow innovation. But if we look at the history of telecommunications regulation, there's a much more promising set of regulations, which involves very much the kind of cooperation and convergence among companies that we heard about from Tammy and from Anike in their presentations, which is interconnection, interoperability, and access regulations. To the extent that competition authorities and other regulators want to allow new technologies like AI and other digital technologies to gain traction in the marketplace, they're going to have to recognize that there are feedback effects and network effects that give a built-in and repeating advantage under fairly common economic circumstances to large incumbent platforms. And the only way that you're going to get faster deployment of new innovations by new and emerging firms rather than by the incumbents themselves is to require the incumbents to interconnect and interoperate with some of these new players so that those new players can overcome the network effects and the feedback effects that advantage the incumbent platforms. So I think what we're going to see is a set of interoperability and interconnection remedies and regulatory frameworks coming increasingly into the marketplace. This, I believe, will be a good thing for the rapid deployment of AI into a variety of digital applications. It will be very good for the rapid deployment and development of generative AI and large language models by players other than the incumbent platforms and possibly displacing those platforms over time. But I think there's a separate question that very much needs to be asked, and that I'm very glad the OECD framework is taking on, is how do we converge those concerns or merge those concerns about competition and speed of deployment with concerns about safety and governance of these new technologies. Thank you.
Very glad that we got to hear those comments because I think they really tie us down into some of the regulatory challenges that cut across a lot of the elements that our other speakers have discussed today, as well as considering it's not just the technologies itself that can lead to challenges, but the question of regulation and regulatory design and that having to be effective to get the outcomes that you want and not leading to potentially other consequences. So thank you again for those comments. We have 15 minutes left or a bit less, so I would like to open the floor to questions from our listeners, and maybe we'll try and take 3 questions at first and then see if we have time for others after that. So I think we have one from Daria. Do we have any other questions? Yep, and 2 up here. Okay, we'll go with those 3 to start. Maybe first with you, Daria.
Oh yeah, so thank you very much for these interesting presentations. It's not really a question, just like an additional word, like what I am worried about when we talk about intention, which is very, very interesting. Because I think there's, especially with these consumer and wellness devices, there's a deliberate step to not say that the intended purpose is for medicine, because that would mean that the standard for which you have to demonstrate the safety and effectiveness would be much higher. And I think with the proliferation and of course the importance that a lot of these devices will shift more and more into your own home, that a lot of burden as well in how you can verify your own symptoms, whether the system hallucinates, will be on the user. So make sure that you verify whether the information is correct, make sure that there can be mistakes, but that is a kind of, so the intention to make maybe some access to technology relating to medicine or classified as a medical device more accessible, it also shifts a bit the burden, and that can have some important trade-offs, I think. And that's something that it doesn't necessarily mean that all wellness devices need to be subject to the same standard, but nevertheless, there might be some additional problems that need to be considered. Yeah.
Excellent. Daniel, do you want to raise your question?
Thank you. So I want to ask, especially Pawel, what's the grounds for saying that we're going to go converging so much? I mean, convergence is an old topic. It came up in 2002 with NBIC, right? So it's been 22 years. Convergence hasn't made such enormous strides. It hasn't invaded the planet completely. And so why do we think, and why should we assume that it's going to be all convergence? I mean, it's okay if some fields develop, in the old traditional way. So that's my first question. My second question, I think you suggested, Pawel, that maybe we would need an institute for the study of convergence or converging technologies. But I wonder, you're going to have a permanent team of people who just do convergence in general. And then you're going to have maybe regional teams who are worried about, construction plus this or that, or neuroscience plus this or that. But I wonder how busy the generalists are going to be. In other words, I wonder how rich the contribution of people who think about convergence in general, as opposed to people who look more regionally, more locally, more concretely to certain types of convergence.
Yes, I just wanted to add to the discussion that from a legal perspective, what is presented as convergence isn't really convergence. So from a business or technological perspective, yes. But from a legal perspective, to take the case of Pawel, it's consumer devices and medical devices. But consumer devices is not a regulatory category. It's just an area which is subject to the default rules, which is you have an innovation, just go on and market it. And medical devices is an exception to the default rule with different rules, more protective. And so this is the dynamic. It's not a convergence dynamic. It's a dynamic where the default rule puts pressure on the exception. And the historical evidence is that in these situations, the exception has not done very well. there's been a lot of pressure to bring down the regulation in the exceptional category to align it more with the default rule. So I think from a legal perspective, this is the challenge that we face. So probably work on the default rule to bring it to the level where we can afford to let go a little bit of the strength or the protection behind the exceptional areas.
Excellent, thank you for those questions. So some questions or comments on intention, the burden of responsibility, how maybe generalized or specialized these types of governance challenges and approaches need to be, as well as, yeah, this question between creating exceptions to the defaults that we might already have in our systems. Would anyone like to go first to respond? And Howard, if you want to come in at any point, just raise your hand and we'll come back to you.
Happy to go first on convergence, whether it's central or not. I mean, my view is that it is becoming more and more central. Perhaps it's because of where I sit and the area under examination. There is nothing wrong, by the way, with individual technology developments, right? But convergence is creeping into those as well. The most pronounced version of it is obviously having artificial intelligence married with other technologies, right? So that is already convergence, right? So that we will see a lot of. In neurotechnology, progress is only possible as a result of convergence, right? Or interdisciplinarity first and then convergence, because the challenges are such, right? But perhaps this is a unique area in its own right. And again, there is nothing wrong with technology developments not seeing convergence, don't get me wrong. However, I think given the weight of convergence, it should be reflected more broadly in the governance discussions. I mean, in the OECD framework, I think it's mentioned 4 times, and I think this is not giving justice to the weight of the phenomenon as it is at the moment. So that would be my comment. With regards to the default dynamic, yes, I mean I'm perfectly happy with your reading of it. All I would say is that convergence puts a much greater pressure on questions which have a legal underpinning, and that would be the message I wanted to share. And maybe to Daria's initial comment, it wasn't a question, as you said. I'm curious at what stage we would come close to at least conceptualizing some red lines in this particular area, and also the shift of the burden of proof to the consumer or user or patient, as you mentioned, is something that should make us think hard about that. And yes, decoding intentions or thoughts, which is what convergence of neuroscience and neurotechnology and AI enables at the moment, a rudimentary technological effect, but the direction of travel is very clear that this technology will get better and better. Meta has already been doing experiments to that effect with promising early results. So a discussion whether a society based on the ability to decode one's thoughts and intentions is a society that we want to live in, I think is a discussion that we will need to have. The question is only that of the timing. The early advances in this field already a sufficient ingredient, or do we want to wait until the technology matures further?
It seems all the questions are for you, but I'd like to have another examples. Do you guys know what this is? It's a Meta Ray-Ban glasses. And so it's AI glasses, but rapidly in 3 years, it will be commercialized AR glasses with EMG and neurotechnology together. And so how do we agilely to, govern the cameras here and the privacy, and how does AI help? And also there's convergence of consumer and medical device right now, because Apple Vision Pro can help those visually impaired to see and to help the rest of us to work multi-screen. And this can help us, the visually impaired, to understand. So, and the AirPods are helping those who are impaired in their hearings. So I also can see there's a convergence of that. And so I can see the blurry line between the governance regarding commercial device with the medical use and all things. So how can we agilely to prepare this? Because I know in Taiwan, this supply chain is very ready for the AR glasses in 3 years, and all the privacy and all things we need to think is very quickly and have to be agile. So I do think that convergence is very central for the framework and also the governance. Thank you.
All right, we will wrap up the conversation there, but I think one comment, Pawel, that you just said around us needing to have a discussion about some of these questions links very well to what will be our next panel. David, do you want to, sorry.
I hate to extend the panel, but one reflection and one quick question. So I think I still struggle conceptually with convergence in terms of how we define it exactly, and what is two things coming together? When exactly do the two things have to be totally different to consider convergence? Is this particular technology a convergent technology? I think we have to not put aside some of the preliminary definitional issues as we get to the bottom of this. I also think we need to be specific about what's new about convergent situations. I think we have heard about the compounding of potential risks, both economically, but also safety that can come with convergence. I think that was one point, that this is clearly different. The complexity of technology governance across domains, I think, is a second one that convergence brings, according to the panel. I think the need for radical interdisciplinarity in order to foster the knowledge base around convergence to enhance the industry. I think one that I'm reminded of by an earlier panel is the observation that with convergence comes dispersion. And this stuck with me as we heard Howard, because I think maybe one of the distinct aspects of convergence in the economic field is the way in which it is dispersed into different industries quickly, how one technology can disperse quickly, and especially if you take IP, and that's serious. There's a way in which the cowbird lays its egg into all of these different industries and applications, and then becomes a kind of empowered owner, or at least a part owner, over all of those things. And so one question would be, can the market just work that out efficiently through licensing of IP? Or do you think that from a regulatory point of view, the IP system itself needs to adjust to convergence?
Look, I think David, that's a really important and interesting point. And I think that the objective is to make sure that, dispersion of innovation, or let's just say diffusion and diversity of innovation efforts does not get lost as we move into the deployment phase of these new technologies. And to the extent that you get a technology that is powerfully enabling, it is possible that it gets co-opted, whether through IP or through economic forces like network effects and feedback effects. into a very concentrated place, into the hands of one or a few firms, at least in particular lines of business. So I think one of the regulatory challenges is how to preserve the dispersion and diffusion of innovation efforts into a dispersion and diffusion of deployment efforts, so that we continue to have a diversity of providers, diversity of follow-on innovators and technologies going forward. And as we talk about technologies that are truly convergent, that becomes a really critical point, because you don't want somebody who has the chokehold on a particular input or a particular application to suddenly start gaining market power or control or a bottleneck over an increasingly diverse array of technologies into which it is embedded or deployed. So this becomes a very important problem. It's sort of very closely related to the standard essential patent debate. How do we make sure that one contributor of an essential input into a standard essential patent doesn't gain control in a chokehold? How do we make sure that the developer of an important technological advance that converges into a variety of different things, AR, VR, search, large language model, content generation, and neurotechnology, doesn't suddenly have an increased chokehold or potential control over many of those technologies, many of which it may be ill-equipped to develop properly.
All right, excellent. Diversity, diffusion, dispersion. Let's end with those 3 Ds and thank the panelists for their comments today. Back to you, Eric.
Thank you very much, all. Thank you, Howard. Sorry for the technological problems. Convergence is not complete, for sure. And then we move immediately to the next panel. It will be chaired by Daniel, moderated by Daniel Nadal from the OECD. And then we will switch from convergence to ethic panel.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, Becky and panelists, for that really insightful panel. It's a tough act to follow, but I'm sure we can do well. So, first of all, my name is Daniel Nadal. I'm part of the very well-represented OECD team here today, working on responsible innovation and emerging technology governance. So far today, we've heard about anticipation and forward look. We've heard about the policy cycle. We've now heard about the convergence of emerging technologies. And I think what really brings them all together, or at least cuts across them or underpins them, is this notion of ethics and how foundational they are for emerging technologies to be developing in a positive direction, or at least a desirable direction, as well as the governance for them. So make sure that it's fit for purpose and then that it's responding to the needs. Responding to the needs of society. I don't think I need to tell the people in this room here why ethics in emerging technologies is important, but if I were to do so, thank you, I would point to examples where ethics maybe hasn't been as considered and the negative consequences that have followed. So, for example, we heard from Virginia earlier today about AI, right? And when we have algorithms or data with inherent biases in them and how that reinforces societal inequalities, that's one example. We've also seen the misuse of data for election interference, which is a very topical topic at the moment. And myself and some of my team members, we work a lot on synthetic biology, and there we see that if we don't have ethics at the heart of it, we can end up with some very disastrous bioweapons and bioterrorism happening. So it's foundational. And in response to it, I suppose, we've developed a lot of approaches over the years on how to embed ethics into technology and policy development. So we've heard about code of ethics, we've heard about guidelines, we've even heard about ethics by design earlier today. And on top of that, we've also developed a lot of approaches on how to develop these codes of ethics, right? So we have participatory approaches, we have deliberative, we also have ethics, expert governing boards, advising organizations to determine what are the ethical issues and what are the values that are most present or most relevant. And at the end of the day, what the really big open question is, we have all these tools, when is each most relevant and in which context and why? and that's hopefully a question that we can answer with today's panel. But more broadly as well, we'll be looking at why and how ethics impacts emerging technologies development throughout the TRL, how it shapes the policy cycle, or at least how it shapes governance approaches, and hopefully as well share some very rich examples of how that's being done across sectors and across fields. Before I do that, actually, before I turn to the panel, I do want to say a quick couple words about this famous framework that we mentioned a couple times throughout the day, and some lucky people might have the fan. It's out there if you want some. It's very informative. It's also great for the summer. So David's already introduced a bit of the framework, how it was published this year, was welcomed by ministers. You've talked about some of the 5 interdependent elements, and Pawel made reference to them. I just want to zoom into 2 of them specifically. Perfect. Which are particularly relevant for this panel. So the first one's on values. The framework identifies 12 of them that are shared by liberal democracies and that we believe should be central and really permeating the innovation and the innovation policies. And you can see them there. So 6 are foundational ones, society ones like human rights, equity, democracy, and 6 of them are more technology-specific ones like trustworthiness, transparency, responsiveness. And what the framework recommends is that these values are discussed and deliberated in really robust processes of diverse and multi-stakeholder communities to understand how they can be applied and operationalized in different contexts, and as well how they can be embedded into the innovation cycle to make sure that technology's development is going in a direction that's somewhat agreed by society to be desirable. The second one I want to highlight is stakeholder engagement, which I think Pawel also made a reference to. And obviously the notion that it's widely agreed to be a best practice because not only does it enrich our understanding of the issues, but also because it helps us anticipate some problems of public hesitance and hopefully address them. And as well because it helps promote good society-wide communication. And you can see a couple of the ways that's done in that diagram up there and how they interact with each other. So capacity building, I think, was a big topic in the second session of today, and that can be done in many ways. Foresight is one way, interdisciplinary education, really educating not just the public, but also the experts to share a common understanding, which is conducive and inherently necessary to have some conversations. As well, consultations with the public. So there's very innovative approaches like science cafes and citizen juries, and I believe we might hear a couple during this panel as well. And lastly, this notion of co-creation and how important it is to collaborate from the earliest stages to make sure that these values and these beliefs that we all share are integrated in the earliest TRLs. And I think with that said, I will pass the floor to the panelists to unpack some of the issues, but I will actually first of all flag, if you are interested in the framework, please do pick up one of these. It's also available online. We do need to get rid of them at some point, so please have a go. And with that, maybe I'll introduce you one at a time and give the presentations each. So I'll start with Claudia. So Claudia, you are an associate professor in the Economics of Technology and Innovation section at the Faculty of Technology, Policy and Management at Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands. So please go ahead with your presentation.
Well, thank you very much for having me and for all these very stimulated and nice discussions we have had today. In the weekend in Belgium, where I live, we had a TV presenter injured very badly in a car accident. And there was a huge issue made from the fact that he was driving an old-timer Porsche, because the old-timer Porsche, for obvious reasons, does not have the safety and security systems that we are nowadays used to. So good news for those of us not driving old-timers, you would say. Sorry to disappoint you, ladies, because if you are a woman like me, you are much less likely to be involved in an accident as a driver, but you're much more likely to die in this accident or get severely injured. Why? Well, the answer is very simple, and many of you might know that. Crash test dummies, which are used to test the safety and security of cars, are built like men. 1 meter, 80 meter long man of 80 kilograms. So we have been heard a lot about values, and we haven't had a definition of that. And I would simply give you the definition, things worth thriving for, but then we haven't answered yet the question on what level. So as a society, I'm sure we could agree that we do not want to have women to be more at risk when driving in a car, being a passenger in a car, but we just take this hugely larger risk. We also take it, by the way, for very tall, very short, very thick, very thin men. So, gentlemen, don't be too sure about yourselves as well. So, why am I telling you this? As you can see, I will be talking about inclusive research and innovation in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And that is a strategic priority of our university, of which I'm very proud, because that is what we are trying to address. In particular, how to overcome the fact that engineers and physicists, like, by the way, also economists, look at representative human beings. So they look at white, wealthy men when constructing their solutions, and they like to construct solutions. You were referring to responsible research and innovation, participatory design, and the like. And we have a number of interesting categories for that: anticipation, reflexivity, inclusiveness, responsiveness, and the like. And I will zoom in on inclusivity. As you can see, I will also zoom in on mostly engineering, some other applications as well, in STEM. So I already mentioned the consequences for the crash test dummies for women and men not being designed as the average man, but you have the same kind of stuff with health solutions. So you have, for example, a lot of problems regarding the fact that you have, for example, on a kind of meso level, when it comes to cancer treatment, you have some ideas that you have to personalize cancer treatment. You will see that this is usually personalized, but when it comes to heart diseases, it is not. That means women present very differently with heart failures, but they are not diagnosed as such. And I will leave the algorithms perhaps for an example later on. So where does this inclusive research and innovation come from? There was actually an initiative by the European Commission, very valuable in my view, where they actually tried to stimulate engineers and others to integrate sex and gender as drivers of scientific discovery. And that was initiated for Horizon 2020, which means basically that it was installed in 2014, and you can see from an intermediate study from 2017 that the uptake was very disappointing. Even more so when you look at Horizon Europe, at the calls, you can see that they almost desperately ask for people not to mention that their teams are diverse, but how actually their research contributes to inclusive solutions. So it seems to be something they wish for, but it's very, very difficult to implement, basically. So inclusive research and innovation in STEM, that would be innovative agents carrying out their projects by exploring and exploiting the potential of diversity of human beings in all its facets to drive scientific discovery and innovation. And that is what we are after, together with our partners of the Idea League universities. These are 5 excellent European universities of technologies, and the CESA network, which is 50+ universities of technology in Europe as well. So what do we have in mind when doing so? And I will come to the empirics in a minute, but let me first, as I'm of course from a university, come to the question of how to conceptualize this. So when conceptualizing, I'm thinking of a systems approach, and it was mentioned today several times, I think by Roland, for example, who happens to be a colleague of mine, so you will see some conceptual ideas that he was mentioning as well today. So you see this kind of idea, and I cannot show the dynamics because that is one point in time. You have the industrial sector, academic sector, governmental sector, you have entrepreneurs, identifying technological and business opportunities. You have the civic societies in all its glory and diversity coming in as well. So then, of course, the interesting question is how to marry economics and ethics. I was mentioning this morning, I'm an economist by training, but I'm very much interested in values beyond economic values. So how do they come in, and also on what level do they come in? Do they come in on the level of crash test dummies, where you have EU projects actually studying these inclusive female crash test dummies, but then you never see anything about them again? Why not? What could help changing that? We have had a study on the EU level where they looked into product standards and whether or not product standards have to consider the diversity of human beings, of course, not only for cars. And they are currently working on an EU directive to make that happen. And that is an excellent example where you could see that you need a kind of macro intervention to let the bottom-up flowers actually flourish and come together. Another important issue I would like to mention is that rules, of course, emerge somewhere beyond the rules that are given in a very formal way. So how is a community designing their research studies? So in health, for example, you hear researchers always talk about evidence-based medicine, and that sounds great, but it means, in fact, that only 18 to 45-year-old males are in the trials for drugs, treatments, and the like, so healthy men who usually will not need the treatment, the diagnostics, and so on. So how do the rules on this level change? Do you need an intervention from top-down macro level? Do you need some initiatives bottom-up? Most likely both, but conceptually you see that the rules emerge usually on this meso level, on this system level in between. So never dismiss the ecosystems. I know this community will not do so, but this is very crucial. So let me turn to the empirics. I show you another kind of model, the linear innovation model, and there are a lot of criticism about it. Why am I telling you about it? Well, we did a study and we looked into 18 engineering projects which were funded in the EU project Attract 2, and we asked these people working on these projects, do you consider the diversity of human beings? And they said flatly out, all of them, no. And we said, who is? Yeah, there is a point in time when the end user comes in, but that is for the business people. That is not for the engineers and the physicists. So Eric, in that sense, I have to, I was very intrigued by your research, but regarding diversity, inclusion, they simply do not consider it. Luckily, we talked to all 18 project leaders and many of the members, but we had follow-up interviews, and we saw that our simply interviewing them in the follow-up interviews, we had quite a number of them picking up on them, and we had even 2 of the projects presenting us with prototypes of things we developed in a 1-hour interview. So we were really impressed, meaning that engineers are not unwilling to do that, but you have to sort of talk to them about it. They have to sort of see how to do it. So that is a micro approach, if you like. So what to take with us from that? First of all, of course, throughout research and innovation, keep considering the diversity of human beings. Do not, in the end, figure out, oh, we designed for men or whatever, and then figure out later, oh, we missed out on all others, and we might have great markets there anyway, talking as an economist, but sorry, we didn't think about it, and the design, we cannot sort of now build it into the design. Keep collaborating with relevant innovative agents and stakeholders, and I want to make a specific point which is not on the slide. What we see in all the projects that we have been looking at, and not only these 18 projects, but also other cases we investigated, the crucial point seems to be interdisciplinary research between engineers or other STEM scientists on the one hand side, and social scientists and people from humanities on the other hand side. So it's really bridging this kind of divide when they are able to integrate thoughts of philosophers, economists, legal persons, and so on. Engineers are much more able to include diversity of human beings, to develop ideas of how to design inclusively. And then from a podcast series I have been hosting, I can share with you that we have quite some common bottlenecks, and these are usually collection of data. We heard about that quite a lot today, also from Anike, for example. And also the analysis of this data. But this is, of course, not sufficient to know. So what we are after nowadays is really to structure our ideas. So what do the different cases might have in common? What characteristics do they have in common? To learn how to regulate them or leave them alone, or have to leave them alone. So if you look at the AI algorithm example Virginia was mentioning today, with the data that is in the hands, 50% of the data in the hands of 12 organizations that usually do not share the information, so that you do not have any idea how the algorithms are trained and whether or not they have any biases, then you know you cannot regulate that. This is a global phenomenon. So you have to find other ways to deal with it. And then you can, for example, fund university research on that is independent. And but these people would also need huge data sets. So that is another way of approaching it beyond making laws, regulate, simply funding, and not surprisingly, coming from a university asking for funding, particularly when coming from the Netherlands, where they are now cutting 1 billion euros per year from our universities and school budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia, and that's sad news. I hope that gets resolved soon. No, I'm 2 points I particularly find interesting. One, thank you for bridging that bridge between economics and ethics, because as someone else was saying in one of the panels today, especially if you're an innovator, if there's no profit, if there's no money-making activity, it's very hard to get some of these ethical approaches to actually fall through further down the line. And another interesting point, I really like this idea of inclusivity almost as an anticipation tool, whereby if you think of inclusivity from the earlier stages, you're already anticipating problems that will come further down the line, and you'll then have to restart the research to address them, like crash test dummies, for example. So thank you for those interventions. I'll turn to Daria next. So Daria is a postdoctoral researcher at the Trustworthiness for AI Auditing Project at the Oxford Institute. So please, Daria.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to join this discussion and be part of this excellent panel on the role of ethics in the design of and development of emerging tech. I just wanted to provide very brief background of what we do at the project, because I think it fits really nicely of today's talk. So we are a bunch of researchers, and we are a multidisciplinary team with people working in computer science, in AI ethics, law, social psychology. And this project is led by Professor Sandra Wachter, Professor Brent Mittelstadt, and Professor Chris Russell. And what motivates us and our work is engaging with questions surrounding the social and institutional norms, legal mandates, ethical values, and the technical constraints guiding the development and governance of trustworthy AI systems. Now, I'm based at the law package, and one of the most recent topics we are currently dealing with are the regulatory tensions for the certifications of new systems and tools for medicine, specifically AI in medical imaging and assistive diagnosis, as well as the current challenges for the design, evaluation, and deployment of large generative models. And I'm going to formulate my interventions based on this line of work, as well as make some claims relating to the questions of today's panels, focusing on the operationalization of ethics in the field of AI safety and trustworthiness characteristics. So to kickstart the discussions, there are two aspects I find particularly urgent in the regulation and governance of emerging tech, and which is relevant to the framework for anticipatory governance of emerging technologies. One relates to the balancing exercise between the risks and benefits of emerging technology, and second, how does a forward-looking approach look like when we want to consider potential risks and benefits of emerging technologies in areas such as medicine and health? And this question arises, I think, from an interesting reality whereby the design and future deployment of scalable AI solutions, particularly in the field of diagnosis, is coming at a time where healthcare is at the crossroads. And this is about solving demands of an overpressured healthcare system, an increasing and aging population that requires access to specialized treatment, as well as the support for the health and well-being. So here we are where AI seems to be a very desirable and well-placed solution to solve some big problems. And there's certainly a big market. And we heard about today how there is a market for medical imaging tools using AI, also wearable technology in this spectrum, mostly geared towards those types of diseases or needs that require early detection and perhaps as well follow-ups and specialized treatment. So what really motivates me is about seeing the magnitude of these problems surrounding AI in healthcare for governance. Yes, we want to regulate AI to make optimization through innovation more possible, but ultimately what we really need to know is who is the one who is ultimately benefiting from this technology? What are the short-term and long-term implications? And are there any trade-offs we need to consider whilst minimizing any potential risks? And I hope that this brief introduction today gives a very brief stimuli in the right direction and some food for further discussion. So looking at these motivations, establishing the regulatory ecosystem with a focus on agile approaches to AI design and development and standard setting, one important point I consider relevant is about being clear on the values that underpin safety and benefit of AI in safety critical systems. And this is important because there is a lot of what I call risk framing on how certain principles in reports and in standard settings, such as transparency, explainability, and human oversight, are operationalized currently by developers using a very specific and narrow safety angle. And in AI and medicine, medicine and computer science literature, for example, there was a huge plethora of scientific publications which often emphasized the performance and accuracy of the medical imaging tool, often tested in lab conditions. So for example, examining the capacity of an imaging tool using pictures from Hospital A or publicly available images from the internet, and it claims then that it discriminates better in features in an image than let's say, 12 board-certified dermatologists reading that image, for example. But once that system would be deployed into the wild, we would see that those claims were heavily overstated. So what I'm trying to say is that trustworthy AI principles are incredibly important, and they are a good start and are also significant, but equally important are efforts to interrogate the reasoning, how developers arise at the articulation of the intended use of a device, and sometimes we need also to conduct that interrogation to deflate some overstated claims about the safety and effectiveness of new innovations, and sometimes even surrounding the hype of AI, and I'm specifically referring to the new wave of large generative models, for example. Now, another point I want to make relates to the implications of risk framing, which has some significant implications for ensuring patient safety and effectiveness on the ground. And the way these issues are going to be resolved in practice are about weighing priorities and ethical principles, ultimately entailing some hard value judgments. I think fairness is an important principle that has been mentioned before, and what I say about trade-off and value judgments. So you can formalize this in light of data quality requirements and in light of safety, but ultimately you need to arrive at the answer: does my risk management limit all the risks to an acceptable level, and when do issues of fairness, for example, mean that I need to restrict the intended use of the device, or I cannot deploy that device? And these are some very delicate and, I think, value judgment questions that put a bit of a different spin to the types of regulatory questions we would have before with AI medical devices. So in practice, balancing between the safety and benefit of technology innovations is a discrete interplay between the anticipated benefit and demonstrations not about the product itself, but the claims surrounding and about the product that puts the relevant stakeholders, healthcare professionals and patients at the forefront of device development. Now, anticipatory and agile governance in this context means that these interplays are dynamic, somewhat working like a barometer, where the needle can spin differently at different moments in time, such as considering the social, cultural, and organizational factors, and at different stages of the system's life cycle. Of course, this statement sounds a bit simple, but sometimes the most straightforward things are worth highlighting, because in order to translate this motivation into practice, that requires some common incentives and common methodologies shared by developers, AI companies, regulators, and other stakeholders. And that brings me to my last point, and I want to provide a brief note of what could this mean in practice, while also trying to zoom out a bit from the healthcare case study and zooming into AI regulation and standard setting and self-regulation and model safety, which increasingly is also relevant with large generative AI. And that is that making safety and benefits explicit and making actual statements on how these models should be evaluated in practice, it requires a shared methodological feature. And that requires some specific stakeholder involvement. It requires collaboration between regulators, industry, and civil society, as well as users of technology, and more international coordination and a shared understanding of what the balance between innovation and legal certainty is. Also capacity building, and I think institutional mandates that specifically oversee certain developments and monitoring of technological developments and incidents response plans. And what it also means is that important to note is that formalizing safety needs to go beyond technical fixes. It also means the idea of responsible innovation that is translating ethical principles as a source of deliberation and robust mechanisms to demonstrate their adherence to them. And finally, the notion of making sure that the intended use does not reflect the anticipated benefit only, but the actual articulation of claims in how it can support different tasks, different aims, and different users, from supporting decision-making to showing due diligence on environmental impact, for example. That's it. And there should be a, oh, okay. There should have been a thank you slide, but I'm saying thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Daria. Thank you, Daria, for that presentation. I mean, anything related to promoting international coordination is music to my ears as someone who works for the OECD, so thank you for making that message clear. I also think a very important takeaway, and as you said, maybe it sounds straightforward, but it is foundational, is this idea of common methodologies and shared understanding. I think we all get into our bubbles, especially if you're a scientist, especially if you're an engineer. So especially if we're asking them to work on topics that are not necessarily their day-to-day, making sure that what we're talking about is clear and we're all talking about the same thing is foundational. So I'm glad you brought it up. Jane, I'll turn to you next. So quick introduction of your many affiliations and accolades. You're a professor at the Melbourne Law School, obviously in Melbourne, but you're also the director of the Centre for Law, Health and Emerging Technologies at the University of Oxford. So I'll hand over the floor to you.
Great, thank you very much. I just want to thank the organisers for inviting me, but most importantly, thank all the previous speakers for your insights, which actually provide the basis for what I'm going to talk about now. I want to take the focus from kind of more abstract and high level and move to talking about what you do when you have to think about policy responses at an institutional level. And I think the principles of agile governance can help us here. And so I really want to focus on the importance of guidelines, engagement, and capacity building. And I'm going to talk about my experience as an academic convener in AI and research at the University of Melbourne. And it's a position which I took on in May of this year. And so I'm going to talk about two things. Firstly, the way that the university responded to the availability of ChatGPT, and then also to focus on what I have been doing in my role as an academic convener. And I just want to say that these are my opinions and not necessarily those of the university. So, as we all know, ChatGPT became publicly available in November 2022. And of course, it just got picked up by millions of people around the world, and a lot of them were at academic institutions. And of course, once we've got Gen AI platforms, it creates enormous challenges for universities, but of course, across society. But one reason why it's particularly important for universities is that we are part of a knowledge generation industry. And so there's real issues about academic integrity once you're using those platforms. You know, there are issues about student misconduct if students are using these platforms, and issues about copyright and the knowledge commons and how copyright, how we have seen that a lot of the big platforms have hoovered up the publicly available information on the internet and are now looking for more reliable sources of information, so turning to the academy for that information. So the other challenge, of course, was the pace, potential, and the scale of innovation, and this adoption has been unprecedented. So there's really need for reflection, planning, and future scanning, but quite difficult to do when you're seeing kind of a technology being rolled out really quickly, but also exceptionally fast adoption. I'm just waiting. There we are. But at the same time in Australia, we had a really uncertain regulatory landscape, Privacy Act being redrafted. The government's been talking about bringing in something akin to the European AI Act, focusing on high-risk AI. But also within our institution, as within many institutions, we have a cohort of early adopters of Gen AI who are just taking that up, but also a long tailback of users across the university. So there's a real need to kind of be able to take people along, but also make sure that no one's left behind. So the first approach when ChatGPT was released was the University of Melbourne said, right, no need to panic. This is a global phenomenon and we're all in this together. So the focus was very much on teaching, developing guidance for supervisors, for lecturers, for students. And then just more recently, attention's gone towards research. So there's been a real lack of sector standards, and I think universities have really been scrambling to try and kind of develop standards. Our university undertook focus groups and workshops. So as part of a kind of deliberative exercise, they were trying to understand what was going on the ground. And this led to a report with recommendations leading to the establishment of the academic convenership in AI and research. And this is held by myself and my colleague, Sam Barron. So the convenership really is about developing policies across the university. And there's two things that I have really taken into the convenership. The first is a focus on graduate students as our academic leaders. So a need to think about them as a future generation of leaders and how we provide a safe space for them to experiment. And also this policy or a perspective that no one should be left behind. And the other thing was that I really wanted to move our approach from being risk management, which was very much the approach when ChatGPT was launched, to having a space where people could innovate, but also kind of a learning environment that was conducive to experimentation. But I also wanted to set up a structure, a new governance structure to support innovation, because it was apparent to me that in actual fact, our governance structure wasn't really doing the work that we needed to do. And this is kind of very much a focus on developing governance that can be a process. Sorry, I'm having, one of the things that I established, and this came out of the recommendations of the report that was pulled together out of the focus group, was an AIR working group, a working group that could actually coordinate policy, but also activities across the university. Sam Barron, my colleague, was tasked with setting up the AIR community of practice, and this is very much focused on seminars as academics. Our learning is very much through seminars, through a focus on a research spotlight series, and also a focus on how to use AI. One of the things that I've identified as being very important is the establishment of academic ambassadors in each faculty, because one of the things that we don't have is a way of actually giving advice to people in a way that can be really informal and can mean that they can just go down the corridor and talk to somebody rather than having to look up university policy. And so this is a new position which will be across the different academic faculties and will also be able to build capacity in this area and really help with promoting the idea of graduate researchers as future leaders. The other area where we've really had to look at is existing policy across the university and how that needed to be reviewed. The university had adopted ethical principles because there really wasn't the kind of regulatory framework, specific regulatory framework. We have a number of different regulatory frameworks. And so, but they decided to adopt ethical principles to guide the work across the university. So we reviewed and updated existing policy, and that's currently happening. But policy across the university actually has to go through a very formal procedure. And so we also realised that we needed to have very quick guidance that could change, could be responsive to new situations and be quite agile. One of the things that we did do was we scooped up all of the policy in the university's policy library that mentioned research, and we ran it through the Gen AI platform that the university has set up, which is called Spark, and basically got it to analyse where the deficiencies were in existing policy. And that has been a really helpful way to kind of get a sense of what updating needs to be done and how we can do that. We also are in the process of developing new guidance, and that's very much on the basis of Q&A questions that graduate students have put to various bodies within the university. But we're also developing new guidance for supervisors. Part of this is very much capacity building, providing training and advice. So one of the things that we're developing, which will come out for the new year, is a 101 of AI. So helping people with prompts, but also things to look out for. And this is part of being able to address the concerns of our large tailback so that we are actually looking and dealing with the concerns of the whole university. I'm very sorry, this clicker's not working for me. No. So one of the things that we want to do, which is also about capacity building, is developing an AI prize for graduate students. This will be a pilot with the aim that we will develop this out for further, have different kinds of prizes across the university. And I think that's a really good way of flagging methodologies and innovation, but also getting people to learn from each other. And in that way, developing our capacity in terms of our approaches to these issues that we're experiencing as an institution and developing ethical responses. So, in conclusion, I think it's really important, the focus groups and workshops that we ran that included many voices. What we should be doing is doing more of those so that we are keeping in contact with the constituency and its concerns. The aim is that if we put in academic ambassadors, we continue to grow our seminars and our community of practice, that we will have different ways of finding out what people's concerns are, but also having an early warning system so we know what issues are coming up across the university and that we can build resilience then and build approaches to new technologies that are in accordance with people's values across the sector, but also identifying concerns. I think my position was seen as a real need for coordination and leadership, and I think that's what we do need in terms of new technologies being introduced. And we see that time and time again at an international level as well as at a national level. So I think the new governance structures that we've introduced are aiming to support innovation, build resilience, and act as early warning systems, and time will tell how successful they've been. I think our example also shows that the importance of guidance when the legal framework is uncertain. So the university introduced ethical policies, but then we're also introducing guidance that is flexible, that can be responsive to change. And also a need to focus on capacity building so that we are building ways that our graduate students can become leaders in this field, but also they can be supported to do that through the training of supervisors and actually moving our approach from being risk management and risk averse to supporting innovation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane, for that very rich example on an issue that I imagine most of us are still grappling, especially those of you that are people leaders, or at least organizational leaders. And thank you as well for walking us through the process, not just of how you analyzed that issue and the people you engaged and how you mapped the challenges, but also how you then implemented solutions and walking through those. I think that was a very, very clear beginning to end example, so I appreciate that. Pete, I'm going to turn to you now. So very quickly, Peter is the director of the PHG Foundation, which is a health policy think tank at the University of Cambridge. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel, and thank you to all the preceding speakers for what's been a really, really exciting and interesting day's discussion so far. I, as Daniel said, am the director of the PHG Foundation, a health policy think tank, if you like, based in Cambridge. We're actually a charity of the University of Cambridge. And our purpose, as it says in our tagline, is to make science work for health. I take this myself to mean that actually what we do is we look at what I call the normative conditions that enable science to work for health. In other words, policy, governance, and ethics, and really aim to answer three kinds of question. What sorts of innovations should we promote? How should we control them when we use them? And how do we know them to be good? Just going to put up this very, very quick slide from, it's from Langdon Winner, and the only reason I use it is because it picks up rather nicely from our tagline. The important thing about technology is, as we make things work, what kind of world are we making? And I think that draws attention to some of the important issues that certain sorts of technology, and particularly certain sorts of technological convergence, challenges to address. Because these technologies, and particularly the kinds of technology with which PHG has been concerned, so principally genomics, but increasingly the incorporation of other omics, other biomarkers, and the use of digital and data processing technologies, and increasingly computational intelligence and deep learning systems to address them. What that makes possible is potentially a fairly profound change in the way in which we are capable of delivering healthcare to the population. Daniel very helpfully started by setting out a set of values, but I think the questions that we need to dig into, and what I want to suggest is the work of bioethics in this area, is really not simply to identify the values, but really how to think about negotiating the kind of norms and limits of those kinds of things like privacy, safety, security, and even democracy. This presentation is really just going to be a brief characterization, I think, of emerging technologies and then of bioethics, and really an attempt to indicate how they relate together. And what I have to say after that is really just a series of scholia, if you like, to that. This definition is one that has I've picked up from a long time ago when I was at the Nuffield Council on Bioethics, and a piece of work in 2012. and I've slightly cheated because it was actually framed as a definition of emerging biotechnologies rather than emerging technologies. And I've taken the liberty of restoring the S on knowledges, which was removed by a rather overzealous copy editor in the final edit. But the reason I wanted to put that up is because there's been a lot of discussion about convergence earlier today, and certainly the way in which technologies don't necessarily follow a kind of linear trajectory, but are sort of assembled from a range of different knowledges, practices, products, and applications in different ways. And what I think the challenge of regulation is really how you might either circumscribe or track the way in which that assembling of knowledges, practices, products, and applications goes on. That report identified some important characteristics of emerging technologies, and I fully accept that they don't apply to every technology, but the ones of particular interest are characterized by, firstly, uncertainty, which I think is uncertainty of a profound nature that takes us outside the simple scope of risk management into something that is much more difficult to envisage. And I mean, I was just thinking when Daria was talking about the narrowness of certain risk-benefit framings, we did a piece of work in relation to pathology testing. It was with some colleagues at the University of Cambridge who were developing an AI-assisted pathology service, and it involved triaging pathology slides into fairly sort of high confidence negatives, fairly high confidence positives, which were then assessed by the AI and by a human pathologist. And the outcome of that over several thousand slides was that, admittedly over several thousand slides, was that the AI was actually much more reliable. Was more reliable. It picked up, I think, 6 extra positive cases that would have been missed by the human pathologist, whereas the human pathologist picked up 1 that was a false negative identified by the AI. Now, the point about that, of course, is not that it has those particular characteristics, performance characteristics, but the point about how you kind of play that forward, and this question can be framed in the following way: if we have an effective system of AI pathology that is a kind of future emanation of the one that we've talked about here, and notwithstanding, of course, the provisions in, say, Article 22 of the General Data Protection Regulation that guarantee a right to access to a human in the loop, as it were. But clearly there is a good reason to rely on AI pathologists in those cases. And the question is, when does it become unreasonable? Because for a patient to demand, to exercise the right to have a human pathologist. And the point that we arrive at, I think, is that at some point, the requirement becomes an unreasonable requirement because it actually involves providing a substandard service in which, over the course of a number of iterations, a number of people will potentially be harmed by that. So that's one issue. The second characteristic that I want to draw attention to is that of ambiguity and the notion that different people will value different outcomes very differently. And in the case of emerging technologies, very often those are not resolved. And the third characteristic is this potential characteristic of the transformative potential that emerging technologies have to affect and reorder the kinds of social relations that obtain between us. And one of the ways it can do that, of course, is through the sort of insidious effect of high frequency, low impact outcomes when we're actually attending, because we're looking at for the results and the benefits of the technology, to the sort of obvious high impact, intentional, but perhaps low frequency kind of outcomes. And some of those are low frequency outcomes may well be about the way in which the technology effectively restructures the kind of norms that I was talking about earlier. So having offered that characterization of emerging technologies, I'll turn now to bioethics. And as I think about bioethics, I think the important characteristics are that it should be critical rather than instrumental. In other words, it is something that explores values in order to address those kind of questions of ambiguity, of difference in the way in which meanings are distributed. It is interdisciplinary in the sense that where we're focusing on uncertainties, the obligation is very much more to take into account different kinds of knowledge that potentially reveal insights that are not about the kind of contingent purposes of the technology. And interdisciplinary bioethics, I think, relies on kind of expertise. It's a discourse of experts, but it doesn't result in an expert discourse. It's not something that is any individual disciplinary property, as it were. And I think this addresses the point that came up earlier about the difficulty of researchers shouldering the cognitive load that would be required for them to process all of those reflections themselves. In other words, it's done through a kind of discursive practice. And the third point is that it should be practical and situated and problem-focused rather than knowledge-based, recognizing that the questions that are being addressed are questions that are owned in common amongst the people who have an interest in that. I was going to say a little bit about the work of bioethics in addressing norms, and one of the things that we effectively have to contend with very often with emerging technologies is that the objection that they put us on something like a kind of slippery slope. And the slippery slope obviously is a familiar trope. It has a kind of logical version. X entails Y, Y is acceptable. But on the other hand, Y entails Z, and Z is a case that we can't accept. Therefore, the adoption of X in the first place should be prohibited. It also has a kind of empirical form which says that X entrains Y and Z in a very similar way, and there is no way of actually kind of stopping that entrainment. But I think the difficulty with that argument is that it is based on the premise that there is some kind of moral intuition that grounds the judgment that is constant between X, Y, and Z over the course of that transition, and that can't change. And of course, the important thing about the relationship between technology and society is that they are not two separate things. There is a kind of socio-technical evolution that means that norms respond to the developments in the possibility of the technological horizons that are available. I've got a favorite quotation from Geoffrey Vickers. I wouldn't use it put it up here because it's about public health, but it basically says the history of public health is the history of the successive redefinitions of the unacceptable. And I think that is equally true of technologies. I'm going to overstay my welcome. I'll just mention two other features that I think are extremely important. Obviously, engagement is one of the things that has contributed enormously to informing ethical reflection on emerging technologies, both from a substantive point of view, because it provides relevant insight, but also from a kind of normative point of view in that it respects epistemic justice. We've heard already about the dangers of assuming that people are all the same and resulting in kind of biased technologies that don't pay attention to the very different forms of embodiment and interest that people have. I was going to offer three models through which these kind of reflections can be given effect. I think probably actually four. The first one is the model of ethical regulation, which is a kind of on-stream way of addressing the kind of moral implications that are revealed by the convergence of knowledge as practice, products and applications in new technologies. A good example of that in the UK is the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Authority, which has two functions, has functions both to, in effect, license practices that come within a domain of practices that are agreed as being permissible, but also to advise on and challenge the idea of what is permissible as well when it's required to do so. Another model that's been mentioned in relation to the Regulatory Horizons Council, I think, is the model of advisory committees, which have the advantage, of course, of being responsive and being capable of being commissioned to look at individual issues by policymakers. And then there are independent bodies, and I've already mentioned the PHG Foundation, of course, and the Nuffield Council, which have the advantage of potentially being places where trust can be invested in virtue of the fact that they are not beholden to anybody for their for the setting of agendas. I'm over time, so I'll just finish with a slightly provocative last slide that was it's a comment piece in Nature from a collaborator on the earlier report that I mentioned, and which is just to say that innovation is not, or shouldn't be, something that is kind of done to people. When we talk about the innovation ecosystem, we should think about including those people whose interests are engaged by it, because I don't think any innovation is going to be successful if it doesn't take account of those interests. And it can be a lot better in the sense if those interests are allowed to inform and shape and produce the convergence. We can't have every single innovation that is proposed. And so resistance to innovation is not necessarily a bad thing. It actually potentially makes innovation stronger. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete, for ending on a controversial and polemic note. That's always a fun thing to pick up. And thank you, Will, for your comments on norms and how they are developed, and think about the malleability. Oh, can you turn the microphone off? Thank you. How norms and ethics are malleable, and they're not necessarily always set in stone, and they can be shaped day to day, and that's always an important perspective to keep in mind. We are indeed very short of time, but if there are any major comments that you have to each other's presentations, maybe something that you really disagreed with and you just have to make it known, or something positive, you are welcome to make a very brief remarks. Perfect. Then we leave it to the audience, indeed. Are there any questions We have one. Are there any others that we can collect at the same time? Oh, perfect. 3, okay. Please, Eric, go ahead.
Thank you. This is just a question for Claudia. I was interested in if you could correct my understanding of the international legal framework around automotive crash testing, crash safety testing laws. My understanding was that there is at least a transatlantic, if not global, standard-setting body, and that they only update their standards every 5 years or something like that. And in addition, that the U.S. automotive industry is the primary barrier to updating these laws. But if you could shed any light on that situation.
Briefly, so I'm familiar with the EU legislation. The only thing I know about the US is that they are usually having lower safety and security standards regarding, for example, safety of people on the road, hitting people on the road and so on. But I'm not familiar with the standard setting in the US, so.
Yeah, or even the transatlantic.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone. Very interesting discussion. I think most of the people today, if not on this panel, but also on the other panels, we're talking about the importance of engaging with stakeholders, which is definitely very, very important. But the question is, how do we engage with stakeholders that maybe most of them, if you think about the total population, do not have the skills to really understand the technology that we're then asking them to comment on and provide values on. So yeah, just an open question.
Luis, do you want to go ahead as well?
Thank you. Very quickly, 3 questions. Inclusivity. Okay, it starts with the teams, I agree. Then it has to go to the applications, but for the applications you have to focus on the differences. The question is, how do you ensure that this focusing on the differences is not going to be used as a tool for discrimination? Since you're going to focus on the differences, say there are these and that difference. Second question is about, we know that, okay, we tend to think our ethical principles are, at least the very basic ones, are stable. But the way they are, put out, or interpreted, or call it whatever you want, varies a lot along time, across time, and across geography. So how can we deal with that in 2 ways, so that the people after us don't think that we were really, really very nasty people at some point, and that what we say our ethical principles will be accepted, in many parts of the world, and we know what happened with medical testing, etc. So just one last thing about China University. We are at a difficult spot. So I would like to see what happens in Melbourne, especially the idea of having people at the end of the corridor you can talk to. I think it's great. Thanks.
Great, I see no further questions, so if you want to ask.
Yes, thank you for the question. What is important when you talk about considering the diversity of human beings is not to do something we call ableism or even techno-ableism. I'm not sure that everybody is aware of this concept. That means that you detect a kind of way of how people should be, and then you look at disabled people, for example, sitting in a wheelchair, and you simply assume that their goal, their value is to stand upright, to move upright, which is often not the case. So that means you always have to respect what people are telling you and not, on the contrary, to sort of assume what you want them to use your great product for. And of course, knowing engineers working at universities of technology for most of my career, I know that they usually have this kind of mindset, which is sometimes good and sometimes not, and in this case not. They have this mindset of problem, and the problem is not even completely clear, and they have a solution. And there you have to take a step back and really consider, talk, and listen. And then this doesn't happen.
But that was the easy part of the answer, because when you can start focus, as I've seen in many times, for instance, in differences between ethnicity and so on, at some point, some people will use it, I'm sure. I think that has to be integrated. I'm not
if you talk
that.
about, perhaps,
okay.
if you talk about ethnicity, it is, and health applications, for example, it's also something that people need to want. So, for example, it's in the meantime, I wouldn't say well known, but known that people with an Asian background, they metabolize medicine in a very different way than Western individuals. And that means this is not something that you point at them and you say, look, you are different in that way, and we sort of do things to you. But of course, they want that. You have to look at what they want. And then there is no discrimination in there.
Not there. Other people may pick it up to do discrimination.
Perhaps I'm not getting your point, but I'm not seeing if, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think another point, though, I do appreciate it's a narrow point, but I think in terms of involving stakeholders and looking at product safety, I think one important requirement that exists in medical device regulation and exists for a long time, and it's an important principle, but gains new importance with AI is usability. And I think usability in this context is incredibly important to make sure that a system works with the intended user and the intended environment. So if you make claims that a system works, you need to conduct usability studies within different hospitals and how it interacts with stakeholders on the grounds. And it's not really a fancy principle, again, it exists, but sometimes it might get overlooked because it's not that fancy, but specifically when we look at principles of human oversight and explainability and the fact that AI does not, some AI, not all of them, of course, do not simply augment certain processes, but actually take certain, assist in decision-making. This aspect of usability is one important piece of the puzzle, though it does not solve all problems, of course.
Two points just very quickly. The first one on the question of discrimination. I mean, the way in which I think about that is the possibility of stratified or personalized medicine disadvantaging certain people. I think there is both an economic and a moral reason to ensure that that covers the whole of the population. And currently, because those on whom the largest burden of ill health falls are those people who are probably least likely to be included within the data sets and representatives. So I think there's an economic and a moral argument for greater equity in those areas. And the other point was in relation to this question about including stakeholders in discussions who don't necessarily have the capacity to grasp the full detail of the technology that they're discussing. And I think that is actually a kind of way of perpetrating a kind of epistemic injustice to those people. You know, you don't need to fully understand the operation of a particular technology in order to participate in a discussion about the values that should govern its use, if you can foresee that. And I think at that level, when we're talking about public policy, we are looking for something that approaches the notion of what the public interest is, and trying to construct a sense of that through engaging with this kind of notional public that is the proper correlative of public policy, and that includes people with all sorts of different capacities and interests.
Can I just add to that? I agree with what you're saying about justice. I think that we always have people who know things and people who don't know about things in society, and I think that's absolutely fine. What we did in a project that we ran on AI in health was have a public participation and involvement panel, and they ran alongside the research at all times. We conducted seminars so that they were brought, that their knowledge base increased. But one thing that came out of it was actually making sure that your consultation with the public is appropriate and proportionate. So what I mean by that is that you don't ask people to give advice on things that they don't necessarily know about or that they can't give advice on. So if it's a regulatory responsibility rather than being something where public opinion can actually influence things, well, then it's more appropriate to do it in an area where their input will have effect. But also, it needs to be proportionate so that they're not being asked to be involved in all stages of the research, but maybe just coming in at particular points in time when it's crucial to actually get public involvement on kind of decision-making in that field. So I think we need to kind of be aware of kind of when we involve people and how we involve people and make it so it's not a burden to them, but also not a burden to the whole process of engagement. So yeah, there's just some thoughts.
Great, thank you for those questions and thank you for those brief answers as well. I think for the sake of everyone's sanity and a coffee break, I'll pass it over to Eric.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you, Daniel. We have a coffee break now in the same room than the other coffee breaks. So, we'll resume at 4:30, so that to keep to allow those who have trains or plane to catch up to succeed in doing so. So, thank you. So I now give the floor to Joël Toledano to chair. We will share the last panel of the day. And so, Joël, the floor is yours.
So, last session of this great conference, it has become, I think, evident that the governance of emerging technology is not a straightforward process. Soft law is a flexible approach to governance that is used for emerging technology or new issues with limited information. Soft law is supposed to support agile regulation. As we will hear during this great panel, soft law encompasses several practices. They are supposed to allow public authorities to influence industrial practices. They are expected to incentivize self-regulatory efforts by the industry or to prevent risky practices. How effective is soft law for governing new technologies? We have the great pleasure, I have the great pleasure of having speakers with a wide range of skills and interests, and I am sure they will be all equally effective in highlighting the different facets of this subject. So, the first panelist will be Béatrice Sevrard, from Meta in France. No. Who need? Sorry. Après. Okay. So Béatrice Sevrard has over 20 years of experience in public affairs and legal counsel in technology. Since 2019, she has been serving as the public policy director for Meta for France at Meta, leading the company's public policy strategy on AI and innovation in the region. Her experience and leadership in public policy and legal affairs have made her a key figure in technology and regulation in France. So, Béatrice, the floor is yours.
Hi, thanks for joining and help me to explain what we want about and what we expect about soft law. And first, thank for the invitation. I think it's a very great opportunity to explain the meta position. Before going to the soft law, I would like to explain where we stand also about hard law and why we're speaking about soft law at the moment. Regarding meta, we think its innovation is key to developing new technology to come, and we are convinced that there is no current technologies that have more potential to boost the EU competitiveness than AI. In 2023, a study by Goldman Sachs estimated the generative AI could account for a 7% increase in global GDP over 10 years. But one of the major obstacles to economic development and innovation is fragmentation, which creates over-regulation. Let me be clear, we are not criticizing regulation, we are rather criticizing the how, the consistency of the regulation. Let me give you an example. A startup in France looking to scale across the EU still has to navigate 27 different intellectual property laws, licensing rules, and data protection authority. Over the last 10 years, regulators have created around 100 tech-focused laws and over 270 regulators active in digital network across all member states. We were one of the few digital companies asking for regulation, and we assume that, and recognize the importance and the positive impact of the major law, like the DSA, the DMA, the AI Act, and the GDPR. But we still think two major issues I would like to share with you. First, there is too many attempts from national government and local regulator to create specific national law. We are seeing that a lot in France, for example. And the second part is also, we are also seeing unclarity in the way different regulators think this law and how it should be implemented and what the interpretation should be. A good example, for example, in the latest discussion we do have currently is about the AI privacy legal basis with the EDPB, where we have at the beginning discussed with our lead DPA, then another DPA came, and then now it's go to the EDPB. So we don't know exactly to who now we need to speak to. If you read the Draghi report, it expresses the same sentiment that we are losing out because of the institutional setup. Draghi mentioned regulatory uncertainty as a major issue when he say, I quote, "We proclaim that innovation was at the center of our action, and then we basically did everything we could to keep it at a low level. GDPR is estimated to have reduced the profit of small tech companies by 15%. We are actually killing our companies." So let me be clear about regulation. We are not saying, once again, we don't want regulation. We need a regulation that must be balanced with the innovation that is key for any economic development in any area. Saying that, you can understand easily why soft law is so important for us to give more space to innovation. Soft law could be a strong tool to help such innovation to be deployed. It can establish guidelines, encourage transparency and accountability, fostering collaboration and knowledge sharing, providing flexibility and adaptability, encouraging industry cooperation, and at the end, reducing regulatory burden, as explained. I took some I tried to take some active example in order to show how we are deploying soft law in my company with some key example. First, in 2013, we published our first Facebook transparency report, and with no surprise, we're keeping to provide that type of transparency report. This biannual report provides insight into government requests for user data, content restriction based on local law, and other measurements that can affect user privacy and security. Over the time, we have expanded the scope of this report to include additional information. 9 years later, with the DSA, a report very similar to what we were providing with the transparency report was created with the DSA. Another example, it's in a year after, in 2014, we have launched a feature, Why I Am Seeing That. It's a user-facing tool that enables people to better understand and more easily control what they are seeing on their newsfeed from friends or for advertisers. This feature can be seen as a form of self-regulation, aligning with soft law principle. By voluntarily providing transparency tool, we are addressing user concern and adhere to social expectation to have more transparency about what they are seeing in our platform. Last one is also as a tool. It's also the launch of the system card that has designed to help people to better understand how AI systems work. We have recently published a series of system cards on AI to better explain multimodal generative AI system for users. Another one, and it's also a good example because it was just before the AI Act, but at the beginning of this year, in February, we have committed to labeling AI gen images on Facebook, Instagram, and Threads. We have been working with industry partners on common technical standards for identifying AI content, including video and audio. We label images that users post when we can detect industry standard indicators that they are AI generated. With that, it's also a way to have the visible marker, but also the invisible watermarker in order to share also with the other platform in order to make sure that they are able also to labelize the content. So using both invisible watermarking and metadata, in this way, improve both the robustness and this invisible marker help other platforms identify them. On that last example, it was developed with a group of industry players. We are working a lot in collaboration with other industry because we know that knowledge sharing is something key in tech in order to help and provide better tools. On that last example, we have worked with Partnership on AI, it's a non-profit community of academics, civil society, industry, and media organization creating solutions so that AI can also outcome positive example and more transparency for people and society. We use the watermarking with synthetic media framework. It's a framework that provides specific recommendations on how to develop, create, share content that have been generated or modified in a responsible way. On another example, it's also we were founding member of ML Commons, an AI engineering consortium built on a philosophy of open collaboration to improve AI system. Its mission is to create AI innovation and increase its positive impact on society by developing open industry standard benchmarks at large scale and diverse data set for model evaluation. All these initiatives are in line with the philosophy we have at Meta with open source vision. Mark Zuckerberg recently set out in an essay that I encourage you to read about the value of the open source and the knowledge sharing. As a result, in Meta, we are thinking that open source can better, safer develop product due to increased scrutiny. For open model, vulnerability are identified by the community and also try to discuss in the open. This creates a repository of knowledge that the community can leverage to develop and fix the bugs. It's also an advantage that speed up innovation and maximize adoption that enables researchers, academics to build on each other's achievement and reduce barrier to entry for startup and small business. Last but not least, it also increases competition. Openness dilutes market power and increases competition. And I think it's very key regarding the AI and the new technology that are coming. Llama model based on open source have been downloaded over 350 million times. So it's a result of the work we are doing internally. As a conclusion, soft law have proven that being an effective tool in bridging business and government objectives on emerging technology. While they are challenging associated with soft law, they can be addressed by establishing clear guidelines, encouraging transparency and accountability, and fostering collaboration on the sharing. By this, soft law can also provide flexibility, adaptability, encourage industry cooperation, And last, and as explained in the introduction, also reduce the regulatory burden. As we move forward, it is essential, we are thinking at Meta, to continue exploring the potential of soft law in governments and to develop innovative approach that balance regulatory needs with industry interest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. I don't tell at the beginning. You have 12 minutes, but it was 10. Fantastic. Okay. So more space to discuss. Daniel. Daniel Handler is a professor emeritus at Sorbonne University and member of l'Académie des sciences morales et politiques. He started his career as a mathematician and subsequently taught philosophy of science at various universities. His last book, Artificial Intelligence, Human Intelligence, The Double Enigma, is a must-read. You simply have to read it in France, but maybe it will be translated. Intelligence artificielle, intelligence humaine, la double énigme. Daniel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joël. So I don't have slides, just like my neighbor, but I do have something she did not have, which is a title. And the title of my 12 minutes is the following: AI governance must rest, for the most part, on soft law, but not the one we have. So first let me say that I was offered a slot in this session, which is about soft law. And my general idea about what I know about soft law is nothing. But I would have felt it more at home in the previous panel, which is about ethics, because I was actually asked by the same group, Eric and Joël and others, to write a chapter on AI ethics. And so I had first to solve the problem: what's the relation between ethics and soft law? Well, it's very simple, actually. So let me tell you how I see it. As Joseph Raz, who's a famous philosopher now deceased, ethics, as he says, ethics is the endeavor to give substance to the abstract category of the good. End of quote. So it is, as I see it, it's an exploratory process whereby experience, that is induction from cases, confronts common sense convictions, values governing preferences and behavior. And it accelerates this exploration process in phases of novelty brought about by cultural, social, economic transitions or cataclysms such as war, natural disasters, and so on. And of course, and for us it's the main thing, technological innovations. Step two is that society or the relevant stakeholders require guidance, so every now and then the state of play is summarized as a set of principles, norms of conducts. Principles can then be given either coercive force, that's hard law, or persuasive force, that's soft law. Hard law is adapted to cases where the objective situation is stable and well known, relatively, where there exists a consensus on the normative situation, and where there are effective ways to enforce the norms. And soft law is better suited whenever one or more of the three conditions are not satisfied, and the fewer conditions, the stronger the case for soft as opposed to hard law. Okay, so now let's move on to the case of AI. AI appears to be a paradigmatic case where soft law is the better candidate for governance. So pleading against hard law, the objective situation is neither stable nor well understood. What I mean by the objective situation is the state of play in AI. The technology is ill-defined. There's uncertainty regarding its nature and perimeter. The technology is far from stabilized. It has evolved at an accelerated pace, and most people think it will continue to do so. And third, its medium and long-term effects are disputed. Second, there's no consensus on the normative situation. What values should be defended, which priorities enforced, what risks call for the most urgent interventions, where to place the cursor on the regulation versus innovation dial, as we just heard, or is this even a valid concern? We can discuss this, etc. Dissensus is everywhere. Between the three major blocs, Europe, China, and the US, within each bloc, between the different stakeholders, within each society, between people and communities. In an increasingly complex and diverse society, perceptions of respect, fairness, sustainability, justice, etc., constantly shift. Third, enforcing the rules is particularly difficult due to the possibility of corrupting all-purpose AI systems, for example, by prompt injection or redeployment, and the difficulty of identifying malignant agents. So all this means that it would be very hard to apply hard law to AI. And now there are positive arguments in favor of soft law. It sets up provisional guardrails, preventing or at least limiting some of the more obvious damages. It is agile, it can be adjusted as the technology evolves and its applications expand. Third, it is a testing ground, so it serves the purpose of the function of exploration of ethics. It's a locus of deliberation. As new situations are generated by AI, users uncover intuitions and discover cases that have no precedent and require ethical innovation. But now, the troubles of AI soft law. Being a better candidate than hard law doesn't make soft law a good candidate. And there are problems with AI soft law as it stands. AI soft law today consists mostly of sets of principles labeled as principles or as recommendations, guidelines, charts, codes, etc. So one problem is that it doesn't really improve with age. Instead of being cumulative, whereby we'd have questions raised by a proposed code, then we'd get answers from the field, and then new principles would be proposed, leading to new questions in a cumulative process. So we'd go from one chart to a more focused, more streamlined chart. But it's not at all what's happening. What's happening is that it gets more complicated. For example, there's a well-known article known by some of my colleagues here present. An inventory was done in 2023 of over 200 charts. And more recently, Gutierrez and al. Have identified 634 soft law programs classified with up to 107 variables. And et cetera, and finally cataloged according to 15 social themes and 78 sub-themes. So there's a proliferation of principles, as noted among others by Floridi and someone else. So as a result, it becomes less readable and less persuasive for real stakeholders, those in the business of either producing or deploying AI systems, as opposed to another kind of stakeholders, which are those who produce charts. Those are professional ethicists. So that is a major problem because soft law operates by way of persuasion. But a deeper reason why stakeholders pay insufficient attention to the work to the charts is that they do not feel, directly concerned. As a jack of all trades, all-purpose AI is by vocation hard to pin down, and stakeholders rightly feel that the real issues arise when AI systems are deployed in a definite area of professional or public and private life, close to their respective concerns. But there is a remedy. The remedy is to go regional. It's somewhat the same situation as nanotechnologies. General nanotechnology ethics doesn't have much to say because, just being a nanotechnology means that you operate at a certain nanoscale, but you can do all sorts of things at a nanoscale. So going back to AI, ethical exploration requires experience, judgment that are only available within a given practice. So I'm thinking of health and medicine, education, warfare, justice, police, etc. And in each of those fields, if you start looking at them, as we've done, for example, for education just a while ago, you notice that it's the professional ethics that preempt general AI ethics. You're not really interested. I mean, AI ethics doesn't give you much guidance. What you're interested is in professional ethics. In education, you want, for example, to prevent plagiarism. You want to allow the educational process to go forward, etc. That's what the ethics of the field command. And then you adjust your AI techniques so as to satisfy those professional ethics. And the same goes for general use systems deployed in the private and the public sphere, ChatGPT for everyone, and for public policies and administration. What is at work there are norms of private and public life. Those are what set the rule and priorities. Now, an objection to this argument that we should go regional is that maybe we shouldn't go regional all the way. After all, there are commonalities, aren't they, that would be more economically dealt with as such than region by region, looking at privacy in health, privacy in education, privacy in police, etc., seems to be a waste of time. So it sounds plausible, but really, when you look at it more closely, in a general sense, of course, these are demands that apply to AI, but just as they do to all providers of goods and services. And on the other hand, a closer look at AI-driven interventions shows that they mean quite different things in diverse areas of deployment. What kind of transparency or responsibility is required in recommendation, algorithms for music, entertainment, or consumer goods, and what kind for robotic surgery or lethal autonomous weapons, what kind for self-driving cars, etc. In some cases, those questions make immediate sense. In others, they require conceptual clarification, and extensive experience of the way in which the system is in fact being used. But there's one exception, and that'll be my last point. The one feature of AI that is both intrinsic in the sense of being independent of any particular intended application and requires across-the-board regimentation is that it mimics the human person. AI systems can pass off as genuine persons, and they shouldn't be allowed to hide their true nature. That's, in fact, the transparency requirement in the sense of the AI Act. And in fact, this transparency requirement is or should be part of hard law and not soft law. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Now, a third way of thinking about the issue is Pierre Laroche, expert in competition law and economic governance, as well as in civil liability. Pierre Laroche is a full professor of law and innovation at the University of Montreal Faculty of Law. Just to have in mind, his work cited by the Court of Justice and the Supreme Court of United Kingdom so you need to think about, because it could happen now for the issue of soft law and what you have to say on those issues. Thank you.
So thank you, Joël. This is our main building at Université de Montréal. So today just put 2 inches of snow on it, and that's how it looks. So I will just go a bit into the theory of soft law, because I think I'm one of the few lawyers in the room, so maybe there's something to say on this, and then look at the AI Act. So for lawyers, you will see we write a lot about soft law, and typically we're mesmerized by the fact that it has no binding effect, or depending on the text you read, no sections in the traditional sense. So there's no state enforcement. And they're not equivalent. And actually, some people in the legal sphere, some of my colleagues, collapse the two, but it's not true that because you have no sanctions in the traditional sense, there's no binding effect. So there is some binding effect, and the real question is what is that binding effect and outside of state enforcement? So many lawyers are still puzzled by this, and they deny the legal nature of soft law because they say, well, there's no state enforcement. It's hard to reconcile. Just as a matter of talking amongst lawyers, legal theory has long ago abandoned the idea that state enforcement is the hallmark of law. So it's puzzling. The unfortunate thing is that this formalistic view of law still lives on in other disciplines also. We see often the engineers, the scientists, they will say, well, if there's no state behind it, if I'm not going to get hit on the head for breaching this, this isn't law. Well, I think we need a more sophisticated view. And that more sophisticated theory would say then law is about the normative realm, so influencing the conduct of actors on account of some normative account of what they should do. So there's a normative account and we influence the conduct of others. And that realm, I use here a scheme that was made by Professor Lessig in Harvard 30 years ago. I'm not saying I agree with everything in the scheme, but it's quite useful for my presentation purposes. There's more than just law in the business of influencing the behavior of actors on account of what they should do. Lessig said there are four forces. There's the market, there are norms in the sense of social norms, and there's architecture in the sense of technological architecture. And if you look at it this way, soft law is actually, it's a hybrid. It has norms of conduct, so it is law in that sense, but the binding force isn't the binding force that we associate with hard law, so state compulsion. It's typically one of the other three, and I would say even one of the four. So if you see it this way, then we can get to the really interesting issues about soft law. So the first issue is, where does that binding force come from? So sometimes it's market pressure. If you have rules on disclosure and transparency, it's meant to apply market pressure. Standardization. As we know, all these international standards are on paper voluntary, yet the industry complies with it. Why? Because if you're a phone manufacturer, there's no point in manufacturing a phone that's not 5G. There's no market for that. Sometimes it's social norms. So soft law that has a kind of naming and shaming component is obviously meant to ride on social pressures. Comply or explain, you can argue, it could be a social norm. Standardization typically also, even if it's voluntary, it creates constraints because it affects the technological architecture around us. And of course, some of the soft law derives its persuasive nature from the fact that there's also hard law. All these guidelines from the authorities. So I can tell you the merger guidelines of the Commission or the US authorities, they are very, very effective in changing the behavior. Why? Because the authority tells you if you don't comply with this, then there's going to be enforcement. So you might as well learn how we intend to enforce and we'll spare ourselves the trouble. So it's this whole concept of living in the shadow of the law. So this brings the issue, of course, of effectiveness. So how does the soft law instrument work and how effective is it? The second issue is who's in charge of issuing that instrument. So sometimes the soft law comes from a state entity, but it can also come from the action of private actors. That's the whole realm of transnational private regulation. And of course, that brings to the fore the issue of legitimacy. So how legitimate is the whole exercise? And you would think the state entity is more legitimate, yes, but there are also process issues that come into play. And last way or last distinction is what's the relationship of the soft law to hard law? And my colleague, Linda Senden at Utrecht, made a really nice distinction between the pre, the post, and the para-law function. So the soft law instrument can be a precursor to hard law. It can be a post thing, so an interpretative instrument, or it can be instead of law. And of course, that will change, and that has, of course, an incidence on the legality of soft law. So if it's a precursor, it will condition what comes later, but if it is a post-legal instrument, then it cannot detract or stray from the hard law instrument that it's supposed to interpret. So if I look at these three issues, and I venture now into the AI Act, I will give you one of the tables that we lawyers like to do. Next slide. So this is soft law under the AI Act, the way a lawyer sees it. So all these provisions make room for soft law instruments to be issued. If you think it's a lot, you're right, it is a lot. And that's on top of hard law instruments, so derivative instruments that are already provided for in the Act. I'm not going to take you through all of this. It's all on the exam. I'm just going to look at three big categories: the guidelines, the standards, of course, and the codes of practice. So if you look at the soft law guidelines, and they were at the bottom of the table, essentially they can be issued on any topic. The Commission has a general power to issue guidelines, and to make sure that we understand them, there's a list of specific topics where guidelines are kind of expected. You can see that there will be legitimacy issues in case you use them to circumvent political difficulties. So you do guidelines instead of actually going to the institutions to try to get some amendment or some derivative instrument applied. There's going to be some issues of legality, so the extent to which these guidelines actually comply with the Act or do not maybe take the Act in a different direction. The binding effect on the Commission is typically bound by its own guidelines in a hard law kind of way, but the national authorities are not. The case law of the court is that the national authorities are not bound by the guidelines. At best, they have a kind of comply or explain position. And of all things, the judiciary is not bound by them at all. And whether they are effective, so the way they are provided for in the AI Act, certainly at that stage, there will be kind of post-law guidelines. The Commission has already said we will issue some on the definition of high-risk AI systems. I think they're going to be like exploratory to try to develop some issues, gather some practice, and maybe lead to hard law later on, but these issues will play out. At the level of harmonized standards, so this is a central element in the architecture of the AI Act, and they are endowed with some hard legal effects. So if you comply with the harmonized standard, you're presumed to comply with the requirements of the Act. So there's going to be some issue of legality, of course, with these standards, but we see here legitimacy is already being questioned. So there is a lot of debate amongst the community whether we should be using harmonized standards at all. Essentially because, as some people argue, it's no longer about the shape of a power plug, it's about serious public policy issues, privacy, and so on. I worked on standards. I think it's a bit too dismissive of what standards organization can do to say that they only deal with technical stuff. They are able to handle public policy arguments, but of necessity, I think, there will be a greater role for the Commission on the receiving end in deciding, well, is this a standard that actually matches what we want as a polity? But the thrust of the AI Act is rather to try to influence the standard setting procedure, bring it closer to some kind of democratic ideal, which, you know, in an abstract way is nice, but in a practical way is not really what standard bodies are good at. And then standards organizations will produce probably global standards, and I think it will put the Commission in a difficult bind of, is the global standard maybe not good enough for what we want in the EU, or not good enough for what certain groups would like to see in the EU, but it's global. Do I take it as is, or do I say, well, no, we want better on the EU side, even if it means that it's going to be a standard for the EU only. And of course, effectiveness will come into play. Last item under the AI Act is the Code of Practice, which is being drafted now as we speak. It's the first item. So the Codes of Practice were put in the Act, I would say in part because of these misgivings against harmonized standards. So they're supposed to be more legitimate because it's all inclusive. And they're supposed to be quicker. It's maybe a testimony to how fast AI is going that we have a problem with standard setting organization being too slow. Usually they're rather quick, but now we do codes of practice. So we're supposed to have codes of practice for the general purpose AI models in place by May. I take part in the procedure that is drafting them. Some arguments are already being raised as to whether the codes of practice do not go beyond what the Act is providing for. But importantly, it's supposed to improve upon the legitimacy of the standard setting process, and I really have my doubts. So we're working with 1,000 stakeholder parties registered in the process. The official meetings, I think, have little, if any, meaning. So presumably the action is going behind the scenes, which I'm not sure is a huge improvement on standard setting as far as legitimacy is concerned. And there's going to be a concern also about effectiveness. The deadline is really, really tight. The colleagues who are working on this, I wouldn't want to be in their position, and have immense respect for what they're doing. But you can see that there's a threat or a danger that we will seek refuge in what will become more and more of a formal compliance model. There's no time to really go to the bottom of these issues. There's a risk that it will turn into layers and layers of compliance, ticking boxes, filling reports, and so on, which could undermine seriously the effectiveness of the code of practice. Certainly, it could lull us into a sense that we have something, whereas it will not really help addressing security risks. So I will stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, last but not least, Vladislava Behar-Katz. She's an economic consultant at Frontier Economics. Vlada is a consultant at Frontier Economics, a global microeconomics consultancy firm. She specializes in digital economy and has a particular interest in the economics of AI, AI regulation, AI safety. Her past work includes assisting the UK government in assessing the economic impacts of hypothetical AI regulation regimes. So, Vlada, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone. So first of all, sorry for the slides. Seems to be that the map of Europe has dropped off. And this is just showing our offices across Europe. Thank you very much, everyone, and for all of my colleagues on the panel. And very pleasure to be the last one to speak today, hopefully not too tiring for everyone. As an economist, I'll take you through a bit more thinking from, if you will excuse me, with my neoclassical economics head on. Not really talking about what is better, hard law or soft law, but really thinking through, is there any space for policymakers to get involved in supporting firms in adopting soft law? So kind of maybe taking a bit as a given that soft law is beneficial, which we can argue against what it looks like or how it looks like or how it fits within the hard law, but actually thinking through what policymakers can do to help companies to adopt those standards, assurances, whatever that be, guidelines. So again, a very back to micro one-on-one, if anyone has done this in their academic career. So really thinking through what would be what would be the incentives for companies to actually adopt soft law. So there's no slides, there's just one slide. It's a bit heavy, but I'll take you through it. But again, if we're thinking about it in a maybe very simple way, and again, I'm not saying that firms are only maximizing profits, but if we take it a bit simply, if we take the fact that firms are maximizing profits, then we'll say that firm will be adopting non-binding measures like assurance, standards, guidance, if profits are lower without them. So if we think about it very simply, there's probably three ways where innovative technology can impact firms' profits from the fact that harms or kind of different negative impacts can be created. So the first one is very simply production impacts, right? So firms would be adopting technology or innovative technology usually to create some productivity gains for themselves. If this technology is not producing the anticipated productivity gains, that will be a direct effect on their profits. So that would usually be already covered by a lot of the testings of models that we already see, especially in AI. So what we would call outcomes testing. So just checking that the AI is doing what it should be doing, so then companies can assess if that will be beneficial for them. So most likely that this is going to be already covered by the kind of profit maximizing question. The next bit is where I think we're getting a bit more into interesting areas. So the other bit is that if for some reason adopting those innovative technologies will be affecting or reducing sales. So one reason for that can be reputational damages. So what we would say like ex post repercussions. So you can think about the fact that the company would adopt, let's say, AI imaging tool, let's say a hospital, but for some reason it's not doing what it should be doing, and a damage has been created because people did not get diagnosed for their cancer or anything like that. That will have an impact exposed on the company. But just to say that that would only happen if the harms are visible or noticeable, and the damages are traceable back to the firm. I think when we talk about things like AI imaging, that's kind of easy to imagine that will be the case. But when we talk about more social harms, that might be a bit more complex. So if a company uses AI for hiring, it might be not visible or not noticeable that harms such as biases in hiring are created, and it might not be even traceable back to the firm. So in this area, we might have some kind of barriers in the market for adoption of those kind of tools that will prevent those damages. But because companies don't see it, they don't internalize it. This is where, as economists, we would say that there is a market barrier. Maybe government can do something, and we'll talk about it in a second. The other option with sales reduction is kind of an ex ante, if you wish, demand for assurances or for those non-binding measures to be uptaken. So you can think about it as more kind of just a demand from society to see those assurances being adopted. But that requires a big awareness of the risks of those technologies. And it also requires the society as a whole to know what good looks like. What does good AI assurance look like? What is good transparency laws look like? So we'll discuss again how can governments get involved in here, because it seems to be that there might be something missing here. The third piece that might be impacting businesses is investment reduction. So a lot of the businesses that would be uptaking those technologies would be relying on investments from venture capital or just generally. But the problem with with incentives for investors to demand assurances or demand soft law or non-binding measures is that they actually need to be able to observe or foresee the other bits that we just talked about, and they need to themselves be aware of all of those risks at the end of the day. So this all brings us to a conclusion that given, let's say we take as a given that non-binding measures are good and they will create good outcomes, it seems to be that there's quite a lot of different, what we would call market barriers for adoption of those non-binding measures. Again, if they're not hurting if they don't observe the impacts on their profits, they're probably unlikely to actually implement it. Again, this is a very kind of cold economics-y way of talking about. Of course, companies do care about other stuff as well, but generally speaking, this is how we think about this stuff. So what can government? It seems to be that there's still space for government, even in the soft law, in the non-binding measures, to really help the companies to take up those non-binding measures. So we think about the production impacts on that side. So we said, generally speaking, we would assume that companies will be already taking up different tools to assess that the outcomes of the AI or new technologies that they're using is actually doing what they should be doing. But I think there were a lot of discussion here about the fact that you need a lot of multidisciplinary teams to come together to even create those measurement tools. There's a lot of questions about access to different models, unless they're open source, of course, but a lot of times you need to create regulatory sandboxes to allow those assurance tools or all of those non-binding measures to even be created. Even in that area where generally as economists we don't think there's as much problems as in the other areas. When moving into the kind of sales reduction issues, both the ex-post impacts, they're probably not being internalized at all by companies right now, or not to the extent that is probably economically efficient, if you wish. First, because you probably need to continue educating the senior management of those firms about the risks. But I think a lot of times when we speak about those risks, they're quite maybe holistic. So we talk about social risks, but there's not really, I don't believe that there's a lot of tools that really helps assess those risks. And when we say assess those risks, is actually putting monetary value to those risks in expectations. So saying, okay, you as a company, if you want to adopt the technology, this is the risk that you might have. This is the amount of money you might be losing at the end of the day if you don't think about it at the moment. And obviously, we need to update our legal frameworks to clarify the kind of financial exposure from any of kind of those unassured risks that might occur. Then when we think a bit more about the ex-ante issue, is that we said that those risks, to have a demand from society, even before an issue has occurred, we need to make sure that our consumers are educated about the potential risks and how assurance and non-binding measures can really help with that. And if we look at things like GDPR and kind of the need for data protection, what we've seen there is that actually a lot of that drive, the political drive, came from a highly educated subpopulation that's kind of really driven the kind of social education of the whole society, why this is important. So maybe something to think about there as well, to generate that ex-ante demand for assurances. And then on investors, it's pretty much the same at the end of the day, because you need them to observe the rest of the rest of those areas. The only thing here that also relates to when we talk about senior management is, I think what we really need to maybe ask our policymakers is to really think, how do we show that prevention is more cost-effective than treatment after the fact? So it is really going back to that problem that I think that we still have, is that how do you measure monetarily the risks of those harms that might be created? And it is a very difficult question. Please don't ask me how am I supposed to measure those. I'm still working on that. But I think that is actually what prevents a lot of people from adopting nowadays AI, because they say there are those risks, they can't put a monetary value to that. It can be harmful, can be not harmful, like they don't know what that means. So I think that both creates a problem with adoption of the actual AI technologies or innovative technologies, but also maybe under over-reliance on kind of just saying, oh, it's going to be okay at the end. But we know that usually if you think about it a bit beforehand, it's going to be better than trying to change all of the systems after something has already occurred. So yeah, so just to summarize, I think governments can still help even with soft law, education, and just more help with really assessing the monetary value of the risks. Thank you.
I'm sure there are a lot of questions outside. Oui, Miguel.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. I just have one question. I mean, there is. My impression is that there is a tendency sometimes to put in a position, hard law versus soft law. And I kind of feel like in some cases, I mean, this is a bit misleading, because there is potentially a lot of value that can be driven, can be created around the right combination of the different policy options, basically. I mean, if we think about, one of the agile approaches described by David this morning, the outcome-based regulation, I mean, combining this with some form of soft law, some form of policy guidance on how to comply with the outcome-based regime could be potentially something that is highly valuable for the government, but also for the business in terms of, complying with the objectives. So I'm not saying that it is relevant in all cases, but there might be some specific situations where choosing the right mix of policy options is the way forward. So keen to hear your views on this.
Yeah, I think you're very right in saying that there's too much emphasis on the opposition and not enough on the complementarity, if you want, between the two realms. And if you look at, again, I'm going to speak from competition law where I'm knowledgeable, you can see the outlines of a model where the law is fairly general and clear. You know, you cannot abuse your dominant position. You cannot do cartels. And then the rest is more flexible. It's put in the soft law. And I think that could emerge also in the regulation of AI. It could be that the AI Act turns out to be this statement of what we want as society. You know, what is it we expect of AI? These are the principles. And then how these are translated could be left to soft law instruments. And that's where you can see the emergence of different interpretations in different sectors, with the act becoming the common point of reference. Like, these are the basic principles. And if that is correct, then I think it does lead to, there's some merit in keeping the legislation relatively short and impactful. Like, make it a meaningful general statement of this is what we want as a society. And not bother at the legislative level with fixing the details and the trade-offs. Yes.
Yeah, and I think it's not only about the regulation by yourself, but it's also the governments around. For example, on GDPR, the example I was giving on the legal, at the moment, I don't know if you know, but we are facing some difficulty in order to have a clear vision of what the legal base is for AI. Is it the consent? Is it the legitimate interest? Is it whatever it is? And the issue, it's not the GDPR. The issue here, it's the interpretation that the regulator is giving without no clear guidance about it. And as a consequence, this means that we need to postpone the launch of the product in Europe because we don't have that type of reactivity. So there is the hard law, but also how the hard law is working and what type of governance we're giving. I think on the DSA, DMA, AI Act, they have changed the governance. Definitely, they didn't reproduce the GDPR, and I think it's on purpose, because we can debate if it's work or not. I do have a personal consideration on that, but there is a key issue about it. And on the soft law regulation, it's not considered as an add value. Hard law is still the main principle for legislators, regulators, unfortunately, because also it has more power, because a lot of politics also want their law, you know, their own law. So it's also, the soft law, it's a little bit more different because you're bringing a lot of industry player, and it's more about the consultation, and it's taking more time, and it's under the iteration. So I think it's also on the way we're seeing that. I did some law school, and I never heard about soft law before going on a company like Meta and others. And I think it's a pity because it's also a good value, and we should also, we are in a law school also, and we should probably educate a little bit more about the value of that type of tool that can also leverage and have a more economic impact, definitely, I think.
Other questions? Yes, Eric?
Thank you. So 2 questions for the panel. The first one is my impression of 2 soft law initiatives. Daniel mentioned nanotechnology, and I believe, but I could be wrong, that 15, 20 years ago, one of the US agencies, whether it was FDA, EPA, or something else, had a soft law self-reporting inventory of materials, and that it was just a pathetic showing. And more recently, President Biden issued an executive order on AI, which, as far as I can tell, has absolutely no effect, even symbolically or psychologically, among anyone who otherwise, was not on board. So my question is, these seem like failures. Can you think of any emerging technology success stories around soft law. And then the second question is, Daniel also mentioned persuasion is the way that soft law operates. I think that's fascinating because it reminded me of the difference between persuasion and coercion that appears at the beginning of Plato's Republic, which frames a discussion on justice. But in any case, I'm just wondering, this seems, what we've heard today, we heard several stories about publics and engineers changing their views. So it seems this puts emphasis on the importance of the context of persuasion, and we might even say the idea of cultivating adoption. And I wonder, aside from nudging and behavioral economics, if there's any work in this area.
Thank you for these very interesting questions. I'm a little bit on the wane. There are a couple of reactions I want to give. I think that bioethics is sort of presented often as a success in terms of soft law. So, you know, CRISPR, Cas9, their charts, the conversation is progressive, and it gives an impression of a community that is converging towards a certain set of values that are sanctioned by soft law. And I think that it's not entirely coincidental that in a very well-known paper by Floridi, and I forget again his name, that I alluded to earlier, they try to fashion AI ethics on bioethics with 5 principles instead of 4. And first of all, as I show in my chapter, when it comes out, it doesn't work. But the main thrust is that it gives AI ethics some sort of respectability that evades AI ethics for the moment. And I think I had something else to do, but as I say,
Somebody else want to answer?
I think as an economist, this question is really interesting because I think what you're saying is that, that goes back to my initial kind of the prompt for my discussion was the fact that if you have something non-binding at the end of the day, you need to understand what are the incentives, actually what are the blockers of this to be kind of uptaken. If you believe as a society that you want to have non-binding measures, you need to go and see what are the incentives for taking those up. And you do need to, it might be that in those cases that you mentioned before, that the risks and expectations of not doing that were actually lower than just not doing it at the end of the day. There weren't enough pushback from society to actually, you know, reduce sales or anything like that. There weren't a big enough actual probability of something going wrong with not being licensed or not being part of that list of materials that you were suggesting. So it is a really interesting question to look at those actually and say, why they didn't work? And I think obviously at the end of the day, when you do, I'm sure that there will be examples where it did work to an extent, but it is something to really think about, like why are we doing those non-binding rules? What is the purpose of them? But then also really understanding what are the barriers for companies to take them on, because maybe it is only because they don't know what does that mean and that it's actually more cost effective for them to take it on than not take it on. But I think at the moment with AI, we don't know because no one knows actually what are those risks in the future or how much that will cost companies for not obliging to any of those standards.
Eric.
Thank you, Joël. Well, it's more a comment rather than a question, but I'm wondering whether there is not, you know, an elephant in the room that nobody really names, which are basically the implementation bodies or the enforcement bodies in a sense. Okay, so they have been named, so the debate in my view, maybe the debate should not be organized around the distinction between soft law and hard laws, because that is was remembered, especially by Pierre, but also by Daniel and all the speakers. In fact, those two styles of laws are complementary, both in time and in a synchronic way in the same time. But then we have, so a law, a legal standard or legal norm operates through an interpretation process. And the interpretation process is key there, because then you have to set the norm and you have to judge whether the behaviors are in line with the norm, to say that type of thing. And then you have many potential mechanisms to do both. Okay, so basically the interpretation and the guardian of the norm. Okay, which are of course the judges. But then you have the industry unions. You have the professional communities. You have the assembly of citizens, wherever they are organized and however they are organized. You have the civic activists, etc., etc. All those players play a strong role in setting the actual norms of behaviors, and in my view, they are often totally ignored. Typically, you were speaking on the AI Act, and more generally, we had a conference 2 weeks ago about the new set of regulation for digital activities in Europe. And again, the elephant in the room was the way we are implementing those legislation. It goes back to the first intervention in the panel. Okay, so the problem is there, and the clarity of norms, their legitimacy beyond their legality is around those bodies and those actors that are translating or interpreting generic norms into norms of behaviors. So I don't know if it's a question or a comment.
I really enjoy your talk. I think it's also the way the authority are working with the global ecosystem about it. To go back on the example I was giving to you about it's not a small topic, it's the AI basic legal basis. I mean, it's impacting us, but all type of company and economy. And we were shocked because no public consultation was going on. So we had to leverage the discussion in order to make sure that everybody that was aware that something was coming around and will change the model for many companies. But we were shocked that on a so important topic, even having a public consultation was not in the landscape. And I think it's also part of what we are facing, because as you mentioned, it's a very dogmatic approach where the political aspect doesn't have any word about it, the economic aspect have a small word on it, and we are kind of stuck in that type of position with a defense right on that type of process that can be discussed. What is interesting, there is a GDPR enforcement regulation that's coming at the EU level at the moment. It's under the trilogue, but nobody seems moved and ready to change the model, and I think it's a missed opportunity here.
Sorry, just a comment from myself. That why do you use the word, speaking about your politics, that is very interesting, why do you use the word of soft law? For me, is self-regulation, is not soft law.
No, because it's part with other industry players, and it's not only us. So self-law will be if we are providing our own regulation. To go back on the transparency report we have launched, for example, we have also set up an audit in order to make sure that a third party that also can also look at the metrics and the methodology we were using in that type of situation. But more basically, we're working not on Meta, but more broadly with the entire ecosystem. So it's part of the soft law, but it can be ecosystem, academic, researcher, civil society. It's more broader than Meta. Self-regulation will be, according to me, if we were only us.
So I don't know, Pierre is the good...
Yeah, why don't we call it self-regulation? I think there are some elements of soft law that are really self-regulation if you're talking about like private, transnational private regulation, like a standard comes up out of nowhere because the industry wants one. But in many cases, as certainly the AI Act, there's the AI Act, there are public authorities in the picture, so there's some direction as to what we would like to see, and then it's more co-regulation or co-construction of the norm.
I was speaking about the example Beatrice gave us, that is, for example, the transparency report. Even if you have 4 companies that decide to prepare the same transparency reports, for me, but maybe I'm wrong, it's not soft law, it's self-regulation.
Yeah, well, you could see it as self-regulation, but also, you know, transparency is a legal requirement, and it is done to avert more direct intervention by the public authorities, or to suggest, well, this might be enough, or this might be a good implementation, and then hope that there are many instances where the industry is trying to do its best. Again, I think you can put it under bargaining in the shadow of the law type of analysis. The industry does its best by itself to avoid that the public authority gets more involved. And it's between self and co-regulation. It's self-regulation in the shadow of the law. If I may say something on Eric's remark on, so it's, you could write books on this, but off the top of my head, if you look, even when we looked at private standardization bodies, they have their own mechanisms to interpret the rules and to come up with further precisions. And I think usually that's good enough. It's just there's a point, if it becomes contentious and you lose or you leave the area of coercion to go into, of persuasion to go into coercion, then we're going to throw lawyers in the picture. My colleagues in practice are going to be happy. They're going to litigate to the end to, put the interpretation down to the very, very last detail. But in general, as long as there's not too much litigation, all of these instruments have their own features for interpretation. Either you will issue a new version, or some authority will discuss this, or they discuss it together. So I think the part of the implementation work, the part that is not litigious, is done within the organization. If it gets litigious, then the lawyers come into the picture. And there are some success stories, but I think it would be a bit too detailed to get into them, but I could come up with a few.
Tammy.
Following on the distinction between self-regulation and soft law, I'm curious about whether we need the third-party evaluation as to assess the public impact for example, a transparency report, because you were arguing and suggesting that to become a soft law, in addition to respond to the government's requirement, also it's in fact affecting the whole ecosystem. But how do we assess this impact so that we can distinguish its soft law versus self-regulation? Because I think Meta has done a really great job for all these reports, but any evaluation methods in Europe or in France that I'm curious about? Because I know in Singapore, they have this trust digital trust project. So the government will give, the third party to do this. And in Taiwan, for soft law, we have like a third party alliance and from the industry and also academics to give this annual evaluation so that it has the binding effect. So I'm just curious about the European standards. I feel like a student, I learned so much from the panel. Thank you so much.
I want to go into professor mode. No, but I'm curious about your reaction. Very briefly, we were having the discussion in the Code of Practice forum, and I think, yeah, it's good to have third-party evaluation, but there's also the question, I thought, in the context of the compliance with the AI Act, who is going to be the third party? Where is the expertise? How much expertise is there outside of the main providers, except maybe for the public AI safety institutes that are propping up? And yes.
No, I think we had not that much option about it because the other option was waiting for law to come. So, and it was also a main request from our user to give us more transparency. So we had to do something about it in any case. So we took the leads on that, but after no other company follow on the same model. But I think it's key on the way we are approaching also our policy and so on. It's never us by ourselves. It's also a bunch of expert academic researcher in order to make sure we are doing the proper and the right choice. But I mean, we don't have, if we haven't done nothing, I think it would have been worse.
But we have big debates in Europe around transparency reports, and at the conference, Eric told us, we have a paper very interesting about all the questions about the transparency report. But last question, David?
So just one quick point and then a question. The point is just from the perspective of the OECD, which puts out soft law in the form of recommendations, guidelines. It's one of the key things we do. It is interesting, at least in the context of soft law around technology. So I think it's quite promising if we're talking about international governance to have soft law. It's a promising kind of approach which isn't binding, which is flexible, yet starts to create certain kinds of expectations and guidelines and norms. One of the problems is, though, for other kinds of law in the international sphere, there's competition. There's actually competition across standard-setting bodies, and this means that there's forum shopping. And it's a problem of the proliferation of instruments, but it's even an issue of competition across the institutions for influence. So we find it productive, but also hard to collaborate with our co-international institutions. We really have to work hard to make sure our instruments are in sync and that we're serving the same countries. But that's just, I think, one feature of soft law in the international arena. The question is about, there seems to be a narrative of a kind of virtuous evolution of governance in technology from soft law potentially into hard law. And I just wondered whether that always holds, or are there certain situations where we actually want early on almost preemptive or really strong signals that something is either off limits or disfavored or needs to be kind of subject to certain kinds of controls. And I'll give two examples. So some of these debates occurred over human germline engineering. So gene editing of the human genome for hereditary purposes. And also you could say bioweapons. Do we really want an evolutionary regime for bioweapons when maybe something? So my question would be, are there cases in which we don't want an evolution. We want actually a kind of preemptive, flip where we'd have the hard law that's strict according to certain criteria, and then maybe we have softer regulatory or more detailed kinds of delineations of how to fulfill those laws. Thanks.
Well, here I think we're going to enter an area where we might disagree, not you and me, but within the panel, within the assembly here, because my last point was that we should have, at a very early point, stated that we should not make systems that might be taken to be real persons. And if we had had that law, about half the applications, that are poisoning our world now would not exist. It would not have been possible to have, a fake porn movie with you as an actor, right? And it would be a better world. So I think that the AI community, because it wasn't, how should I say, perceptive enough, had not a sufficient foresight, or whether it said, well, we don't care because we're going to make a lot of money, and also it's so much fun, and it's technically so extraordinary that we're going to go ahead and make fake persons. But that's my own opinion. Some people might say, no, it's okay to have fake persons. After all, we have various ways of making fakes, and maybe we should not have it as a hard law not to make fake persons. So it's really a matter of possibly a matter of deep disagreement.
Okay, we are late. So I propose just to stop and really thank you very much of the 4 speakers. It was great. And now I suppose you will take the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Again, thank you very much to all speakers and to the moderator of the last panel. And we are switching now immediately without any break, because we'll have a break in 35 minutes, to the concluding comments that will be introduced by each of the chair of each panel. So you can say whatever you like. You can synthesize your panel, but you can bring your own ideas, no problem. And then we'll of course open the discussion to the floor, and first to the panelists, and then to the room in case you think something has been missed. And the idea is both to maybe to draw some lessons from what has been said today, but also to try to design some perspective of what should be done and what should be explored. And okay, so, and Doug, the floor is yours since you chair the first panel.
Okay, so I'm on my afternoon dip. I need a cookie or something, and my panel seems to have gone to the cocktail already. Every single one of them, so I can say what I like. Let's keep it brief. So today we were talking about unpacking strategic intelligence, so the kind of information that informs governance, agile governance. I kind of opened with a kind of framing and say, what would be RRI applied to evidence? This, what was it, anticipation, reflexivity, inclusivity, responsiveness, or area, I guess, different, but the same kind of concepts. And we had a few things. So Brice presented his work on new genomic technologies and the risk assessment answers. Lyric described a couple of cases of AI and of COVID and lessons learned. Virginia on the diversity of governance approaches and the challenges of implementing these. And Izzy showed a whole kind of landscape of different activities, but kind of showcased some new agencies and tools and approaches that they are mobilizing. So kind of clustering some of the outcomes. So evidence, knowledge, intelligence, whatever you want to call it. We had a number of the speakers say these are performative. They shape what we do. So the intelligence isn't cold, it shapes and it changes. It's representative. So it captures insights from particular populations or with particular frames. So you have to be aware of that. Political, all knowledge is political, of course. We heard about new processes. So, for example, Izzy talked about Government Office for Science, the rapid technology assessment processes. We heard about regulatory sandboxes. We also heard about new capacities. So, for example, from Brice, I'm pointing to you because you sat there at Brice's place, but Brice was there, and he mentioned new forms of knowledge that have to be kind of taken into existing institutions. So remember he mentioned there's no definitive knowledge in some of the areas that he's been looking at now. So how to work with institutions around that. So, and another aspect that came up, decision-making is accountable, particularly formal decision-making. So evidence or intelligence, if it's an evolving, moving target, how do you resolve this tension? So Brice mentioned a case, remember, about different scenarios and trying to learn how to use those. But can knowledge ever be robust, or perhaps processes of moving targets in terms of knowledge can be robust? How do we handle that if we're going to arm and feed our agile mechanisms? So I'll leave it there. I've got a lot of other things to say, but it's late. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Miguel.
Yeah, a few takeaways on my side. I mean, I think the panel has been clearly highlighted in the fact that there are avenues to go deeper in the understanding of the technological developments, grasping the complexity of the innovation process seems absolutely key to further, refine, the approach to the governance of emerging technologies and innovation. I mean, so there's certainly a way forward here, as it has been highlighted by Roland in particular. The panel has been pointing to the need for a change in mindsets, basically, and has been highlighting a few drivers of change, basically, be it the incentive regime, creating a trusted environment in which both policy communities can join and discuss together about the way forward, investing in capacity, training, getting the relevant data. I mean, all of it is really something to be further considered going forward to make sure that this framework goes to reality. An idea that came strongly, and it made a nice link with the first session, was on the need for regulatory foresight and the anticipation, basically, for, I think, two main reasons. One is to avoid badly timed and unfitted regulatory action, basically. It's always the case often the case when regulatory governments are kind of playing catch up with what is happening, that they don't take the most relevant regulatory actions going forward. So, I mean, to avoid this, I mean, we have been insisting on the fact that being in a position to better anticipate on what is going on is absolutely critical. Second reason is that anticipating from a regulatory perspective is really the way to embed governance and regulatory approaches early in the innovation process, which has been the motto over the few past hours. Just a few comments. One is that during that session, we did not touch a lot on the need for international coordination. That would also be absolutely critical when it comes to putting forward some agile approaches. We are facing a global challenge, so regulating via agile approaches in isolation is not likely to be successful. So clearly a need for, to trigger coordination across governments. I mean, and the OECD has been developing a lot of work. There is a recommendation, practical guidance, a lot of expertise to help drive this agenda forward as well. And this is completely recognized, one, in the recommendation on agile regulation, and two, into the framework as well. So, but just to make sure we have this in the radar. I feel like there is a need to continue, and I believe that the paper you're developing is a fantastic step in that direction to develop more practical guidance, collect more case studies, showcase good practices across countries to be able to derive good lessons to try to inspire other countries and the private sector as well. So that's really needed, and this is probably where the OECD can add a lot of value going forward in this agenda. So I'm looking forward to see additional guidance like this going forward. And I feel like, from my perspective, there are two missing parts. One is to be able to give some practical guidance on what is the right timing from the different regulatory approaches, basically, because we are just so far listing and say, hey, we have a toolbox, feel free to use it. But when it comes to choosing the right moment to apply the approaches, I mean, the guidance is less developed so far. So I feel like this is something that could be further developed. Second, to echo what I've been just saying for the panel before, I mean, choosing the right mix of agile approaches to regulation is another open question to me. I mean, we have some ideas, but I don't think we are there yet in terms of providing super precise and tailored recommendation for government going forward. Last but not least, I mean, and it's been said during the panel, but this agenda on bringing together technology policy communities and the public governance communities, this is raising a need for data, basically having the right data to put them in touch, make sure that they are taking decision building on the right ground, basically. So clearly, I mean, there is that need to build evidence-based bridges between those two communities, and that's potentially a big challenge going forward. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Becky?
So maybe picking up where we ended our session on converging technologies, we were talking about 3Ds, diversity, dispersion, and diffusion, and I'll add in a fourth, dynamic. So starting with diversity, I think it was raised, the scope of technologies and the complexity of different combinations of technologies. And Anike spoke about how innovation is just not in one area, it's multi-sector. And so we need to really think broader about that from how we're managing these issues, but also how we talked about that from not only the technology perspective, but the regulatory approaches perspective of thinking broader. As well as the idea that we need to engage a lot of different stakeholders in this, as evidenced by Tammy's experiences in Taiwan, and as well as Pawel linkages to the anticipatory governance framework. So the second, dispersion, around the idea that as these technologies develop, they're not all developing in the same way, they're spreading out. So the examples of neurotechnology and AR, VR, how these technologies, depending on their different applications, can end up with very different consequences from a risks and a governance perspective. So how do we try and, tackle that dispersion from a governance perspective, which is a very difficult challenge that a lot of governments are facing. Thirdly, on diffusion, so how these technologies are spreading out into society. Pawel, you raised the point that convergence is not new, but the scale is. So really this pace and the way that these technologies are diffusing out into our society is causing major headaches for governance. And Tammy, in your example, you were talking about how with AR, VR, there's a lack of standards at the start of these approaches, which then maybe kind of linking to the kind of soft law element, but that maybe then impedes us as these technologies advance further down the track. If we don't have the governance embedded at that early stages, then what can we build on once those technologies evolve further? There's also, I guess, the idea that governance itself isn't simple, and if not done right, it could create challenges itself, which was alluded to a bit by Howard, and the idea too that companies can circumnavigate or skip the systems that maybe don't align with how they want to develop their technologies. And that links to the fourth point that I want to add in dynamic, and it's this idea that our technology and our values are very intertwined, and that came across a lot of different conversations. But also the challenge, I think, to raise of if we are seeing a lot of our technologies being driven out of bigger institutions, what does that mean in terms of how our values are being shaped, how our ethics will be shaped? Because an individual has a certain set of ethics, but then those ethics and principles maybe act differently when it's in an organizational structure. And so I guess the choice of when and what to regulate also needs to take into account, you know, how do we want our future systems of values and ethics to be driven? So they're the four Ds, and maybe a couple of things of what we can do. I think demystify and build trust came out in our session, as well as across others, and the idea that stakeholder engagement has an important role to play in that. Second, to build a common language, which Anike raised as one of her points, and if David can't define what converging technologies is, I don't think any of us have a hope, so one thing to take forward. Thirdly, learn from history, especially raised by Howard in terms of what regulations have done and how to think about that in competitiveness and fairness. Be agile, and I liked the sandbox example from Tammy, and then I think lastly, just cooperation and coordination in this governance.
Thank you. Daniel?
Thank you. I think I'm going to need actually a couple of business days and maybe some non-business days to really process everything that was said throughout the day, but I've done my best to group it into three main themes that we discussed. Fortunately, no easy acronym like D. That was a very nice touch. But I would say the first one is more on the broader role of ethics. So the role of ethics in determining what innovations we should be promoting, I think. Pete, that was you who mentioned that. And also not just about identifying the values and making those explicit, but also the norms that they carry and the limits that go with them. And I think privacy there is a great example. Linked to that as well is the potential of emerging technologies to reorder social structure and thus these norms. And again, Pete, I think it was you who said this, the redefinition of acceptable. I think that really carries the message that ethics is not set in stone, and it's something that, although we can have guiding values, they do adapt, or they are operationalized in different contexts in different ways. And the last point within ethics as well is that the drivers for obtaining and for applying ethical intelligence come both from bottom-down approaches and bottom-up approaches and top-down. But the rules themselves really emerge in the mezzo level, so that ecosystem where all of these different players come together to discuss ethics. The second key global theme, let's say, is inclusivity as a tool for anticipation. So considering inclusivity from the beginning to prevent issues further downstream that would have consequences for all. I think crash test dummies is such a good example for that. And also, Claudia, I think it was you who said that evidence-based is great, and I fully agree. And indeed, we just need to question how robust and how inclusive that evidence really is. So taking a step back at times and looking at that. We also heard, James, this was from you, from the process of obtaining ethical intelligence in an inclusive manner. So engaging multi-stakeholders in workshops, in contact with those constituencies to really find out people's concerns from the bottom up and develop a sort of early warning system with emerging technologies. And we had a great case of AI in your university. But having said that as well, the importance of being selective of when we do engage people, not do it all the time, but only do so when their input will actually have an effect, so that we're not burdening them, asking them too many questions, and us leading the process and then it never really going anywhere. And then the third key theme was on multidisciplinarity and this common understanding. I liked someone, I can't remember who it was, but someone mentioned this idea that multidisciplinarity, maybe it's a way to help researchers deal with this cognitive load that came out in session 2. But we should not just be satisfied with having multi-diverse teams. It actually needs to be translated into research outcomes. And I think, Daria, this was your point as well, that we have to be explicit about the risks and the benefits, perhaps via shared methodologies. And also as well about the values and the risk framing. So they're not too narrow, and so we're not ignoring effectiveness and then having overblown claims. And this has to be coupled with capacity building and also with international collaboration, perhaps with an international organization based in Paris, working on evidence-based policymaking, or with others we won't judge. But I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Joël, last but not least, as we
but it's very difficult exercise because, you know, I was trying to summarize. Okay, we have a sample definition. The first one, soft law is when we are no binding effect. But we have also a more sophisticated one, is when we are able with soft law to influence behavior of actors. Why? Because it is the interest of firms. If no, it doesn't work. But with soft law, the enforcement is not clear. We could have problems for effectiveness, legitimacy, legality, depending on the type of the soft law. And we have seen some examples on AI Act. Hard law and soft law are frequently complementary, but not necessary. For example, bioethics. With hard law, is when we have consensus on the issues, and soft law give more space for innovation. I suppose it's because of interpretation. Why do we have more spaces? Because if we have law, we have regulatory burden and the risk of national fragmentation and regulation on something is not clear. So enforcing rules could be difficult, but is soft law the good answer? For example, for AI, we could think at different, depending of the usage and the professional ethics, could be the base for AI ethics, except for the issue of mimic person, which could be forbidden. So it's a sort of synthesis of, you know, I have 10 minutes to do it. Sorry if I'm not completely right. But the debates show that it's a fantastic subject.
Thank you very much. So let's open the floor to the audience, to the panelists, if you want to add some comments. I know you are all freezing, so maybe you would like to prefer to reserve your comments for the champagne, which will be fresh, I guarantee. Daniel.
I was struck by, in the summary that we were just given by Joël, she said, you know, soft law is going to work if firms follow them, understand them, or whatever, or implement them. But I'm struck by the fact that I don't think any one of us, and that includes me, has put in the users, the end users. They also have an ethics. They also should be subject to soft law and maybe hard law. I mean, after all, the car makers are under certain obligations, clearly, but drivers are also under obligations. And this seems to be a sort of an interplay between what end users are subject to or be, you know, tempted to violate, and what firms are subject to and be tempted to violate.
Thank you. Any other comment from the audience? Even if you are a seat without microphone, we can bring a microphone, so no? Okay. David.
Well, I won't say much, but I think it was an excellent day of conversations. I think we tried to probe some of the issues that are bugging us, and hopefully revealed some interesting questions, if not some beginnings of answers. I think it bears repeating that the learning from regulatory communities needs to be brought together with the science, technology, and innovation policy expertise. And I think that this meeting is a step in that direction. Miguel also mentioned this. I think that I'm extremely grateful to our host and Eric and to Dauphine for hosting us today. This is the first day of our working party meetings, so we'll go into 2 days of working party meetings, but we have this idea to have a joint workshop on effectively day one of the meetings, and Eric has been a very generous host. So I'll turn it over to him for any final words.
Well, thank you very much, David. It was a pleasure to co-organize this event with you. I think the only frustration I have is that we have only 1 day meeting, because if we would have a second day, we should also discuss something that was another elephant in the room. It was briefly mentioned by Miguel, but which is the current situation of the global governance system, which is collapsing in front of us. And in that context, in the context of the strong and rising acrimony among the 3 blocks, in a sense, or maybe there are more, but at least there is clearly one in the US, one in Europe, and one around China. It's complex to see how we can implement many of those principles regarding, for instance, AI ethic. And so we, well, there will be room for other conference. I hope so, because otherwise it will mean that it will be too late, and the next conference will be a peace conference after conflict. But no, so seriously, I think this is an essential issue we are dealing with, and at least if we could work at the OECD level to make it to make the different approach between the US and Europe converging, it will be a great step forward, and also China knows that it's in its interest to benefit from a global governance system that at least guarantee peace and trade, and so. There are also carrots there, and we might also be hopeful. But with that, I won't add any more comments. Let me invite you to a last drink. And we'll have some champagne, but if you like some coffee, you will have some warm things as well. So, and the conversation could continue. And thank you again to all the panelists who accepted to travel to speak for 10 minutes, 8 minutes in some cases. Well, the conversation will continue, and so we are very happy to
and thank you to the
continue
organizers.